Folks, we are so back. Hi, everybody. I missed y'all. How are y'all doing? Oh, I'm in a new place. Well, very old place. So the real ones might recognize it from last winter. Hi, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hi, I'm gonna say hi to everybody, even though it's a lot of people. Hi, y'all, because I missed y'all. Um, Always out of paper. First of all, thank you for that follow. Coming in early. Liz for that sub. Thank you. Oh, the snakes are back. Hello, Beppo, Liz, Stephanie, Rakut, Loki, Bill, Cindere, Dilf, Liz. Did I say Liz already? Liz, you get said hi to twice. Anna, Bugs Lover, Bill, Sora, who's got the band hammer now, DJ Bouncy Beats. Am I missing anybody? I'm still going through. Nad Nadnira, good to see you again. Hi y'all, Toad King. I'm probably missing people. I'm going through so fast. Proto, 15 months, thank you so much. Mactul, hello. Boris, Bob. Good to see everybody. Sorry if I missed any messages. Say hi if I missed you. But yeah, it's so good to be back. It's been a few months, hasn't it? Since November, somewhere around mid-November. Yeah, it's been a lot happening. I'm not living in the Canary Islands anymore. As you can see, this is not my usual setup. I got everything for the old setup though. So eventually, I will set it up. I'll once I find a new permanent place. But right now I'm in between moving. It's been a busy few months, y'all. So I guess big news. I should say it. My very long-term partner broke up with me back in November. That's why I stopped streaming, because I was not feeling great, as you can imagine. And so yeah, after that I came here during Christmas, like a bit before Christmas. I came back to Asturias, and I decided I'm just gonna stay. Right? I'm not gonna stay in the Canary Islands, just trying to find a new place alone there, because I don't know that many people there. So I'd rather come back here where I know more people. I got all my childhood friends, and so that's what I did. I came back like kind of for Christmas, but then I just stayed there, and just came back once to the Canary Islands just to pick everything up. Move everything. It was a lot of work, but I moved everything. I got sold some other things like the chair, stuff that I wouldn't bring here, and yeah. So yeah, that's been a lot of what's been going on in the past few months. I've also been doing art, but I've been doing less Photoshop arts. I have started ceramics, for example. That was fun. Just starting out right now, so I haven't done much. But yeah, that's been interesting. And definitely something that you might see me using even on stream. I might do some like modeling clay thingies if I need them for an edit. That might be fun to do live. I've done it once already for a commission, but yeah. I've also been doing commissions. I've been working on illustrations for a book that's still upcoming. Can't talk about it, but I will let you know more about it once that's public. Yeah, I did a few illustrations for a book I'm really excited about. Worked on the SCP podcast and another upcoming project that I also can't tell you about. But yeah, it's been a lot of stuff happening. Hold on, let me catch up with messages. I've been yapping. Moving is always exhausting, yes. Also, the way I did it, I took a plane to the Canary Islands because there's discounts if you live in the Canary Islands, and I still technically live there. Like, I haven't officially done my registered here. So if you live in the Canary Islands, you get 75% discount on flights to the mainland because it's pretty far away, and that includes bags, or part of the bags. So I figured that the cheapest way of moving like a lot of stuff would be to take a flight to the Canary Islands with 4 empty bags, like one inside the other, like Russian dolls, and then just like fill them to the brim with as much stuff as I could, and bring that back. And I was intending to do that twice because it's technically a cheaper option. But then I figured out that there's a company that does shipping. You know, you can just ship regular boxes, right? And they do it by ship, right? So it takes a little while to get there. But I figured by messing around in their website, I figured out that the prices of the shipments were based on volume and not weight. So my brain cells activated, and I just packed up 4 boxes full of books and the heaviest stuff I owned. Pretty small boxes. There was also a couple big boxes, which were the screen I'm looking at right now and the box for the computer, just like the empty case, which I didn't need to ship separately because those wouldn't fit in airport bags. So I already had to ship a couple boxes, but I picked up a few more boxes. I just filled it with the heaviest shit. So I was able to do it all in one trip. But I just packed up for this trip, like just back and forth to just move, for 3 days. I had 3 days to figure out all of this and to pack everything up. It was exhausting. I barely slept, but I got it done. Y'all. Big changes like that can be real rough. It has been rough, like mostly November, December, while that was going on. But ever since like Christmas, I've been doing pretty good because I like officially like moved here. As you can tell, if you remember this from last year, this is the room I grew up in. I'm back at my parents for a while. That is because, I mean, I just got here, so I don't have a place of my own yet. Also, prices are kind of crazy, so I am waiting for my sister to move back from Estonia, which will happen in a few months, so that I can move in with her. We can share an apartment or something in the city, because I'm like a little bit outside the city right now. It's not the coolest place to be if you just want to do stuff. But yeah. I've been doing honestly pretty good since January. But I still wanted to like take time to sort of just focus on my personal life, because one of the things that I realized after the breakup and everything was I've been just working my ass off for 5 years now? About 5 years. I mean, I guess professionally 4 years. Yeah, four and something years, I believe. I've just been working my ass off, and I haven't had time for myself. So I was like, maybe I need to like sort of take a few months to figure that out, focus on that. So obviously I was still working. I was still doing commissions and stuff. But I stopped. That's why I took a hiatus in everything, like pretty much all of my personal art. Because I wanted to just like figure my personal life out. Start like getting out, doing more things. Connect back with old friends here too, because I've been out for 4 years. And so I had to, put in a little effort, connect with old friends, make new friends. I joined an Illustrator sort of guild. I guess I don't know what the best word for it is in English. Guild-ish thing. And yeah, it's great. I met some cool people there. And they meet up every month or so. So yeah, that's been nice. I also started fencing. That was my sister's idea. She started fencing back in Estonia. And when she came here in January, she was like, try fencing with me. I'm like, sure, fencing sounds weird and fun. And it was weird and fun. I've been doing that for a couple months now. So yeah, hold on. I'm catching up with chat. The creature. I took the creature in the divorce, don't worry. It was not a divorce, but it's funnier to say it like that. Where's Bean? Oh, where's the camera? Hold on. Oh, the camera's being weird again. Hold on. Oh, I will get you. You will see the creature really soon. Okay, let me turn off the exposure. Oh, the camera's not wanting to... It's this camera, right? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, here it is. I figured it out. Okay, let me get my bottle out. He's sleeping right now. I just got in this bed today. It's so fluffy. It looks like he's in a cloud. Obviously the old bed, like I didn't have space to bring it there, so it's going to Morty, actually. A lot of the cat stuff that I couldn't manage to pack up. Because it's just like a lot of volume that I couldn't bring here. It's gonna be gifted to Morty, if you remember Morty the Bald Cats, which will be sorely missed. He was fun. I'm sorry I'm replying to like really old questions. You've probably been like clamoring for being for minutes. I've been yapping and I'm just catching up with chat slowly. So excited, Kudzu, super interesting. Hey, I'm Anita, welcome. I'm yapping right now, but we'll do Kudzu really soon. Pandemic camps were a bit insane. You kind of kept going. Yeah, I kind of got stuck there, I guess, a little bit. Fencing is awesome. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun with it. I'm a noob, absolutely, but it was really nice because the fencing place here is pretty small. We're not in a big city, right? Fencing is a Spanish sport technically, which is funny. But like it got started because they needed to regulate like honor duels where, you know, people would kill each other, and they needed to put regulations on it, on how it should be done correctly. And those were the first rules of fencing. That was in the 1600s in Spain. Sorry, it's just fun. It's very nerdy. But yeah, the fencing place here is pretty small. There's not a ton of people doing fencing nowadays. There's a lot of historical fencing, which is fun, but it was made up like 20 years ago. So fencing is fun because your teacher's teacher's teacher. If you keep going on a chain of teachers, you get to the 1600s invariably, which is really fun. And you don't get that with historical fencing. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on being there. You don't get that with historical fencing. It has historical in the name, but it only has existed for like 20-ish years or less. You were getting nervous because I wasn't answering the creature question. I'm sorry. We try to get everything. So much going on. Bean, do you want to face chats? I'm gonna make the creature. He's confused about the situation. Oh, your toy fell. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Hi, Bean. Spent $100 on the vet for him yesterday because he needed to get vaccines. He needed to get anti-parasite, and also I needed to register him here because it's funny. I'm still in the same country, but the systems for like, you know, the chip and like registering the cat, this little passport thing, completely different system in the Canary Islands than in Asturias. So I had to like do the paperwork for him again. But yeah, he's I guess like having to do that, it was good because I was able to just like change the name. It was like registered under, and now it's not like my ex's phone number isn't on there, so at least she won't be called if he's lost in a completely different region. Been doing more physical crafts and the artist's swordplay. Exactly. We lost when we banned swords and capes in the streets. For real. Honor duels. Okay, you know, people would kill each other. That's true. But honor duels were kind of fun. I feel like I should, if two grown adults want to like kill each other with swords, I think, you know, why not? I'm mostly kidding. Oh, I just went to the barber today. Got my hair cut. It was like this yesterday. I hadn't cut it in so long. I hadn't had time. But today I was like, I'm gonna stream today. I'm out tomorrow. Also, today's gonna be the only stream this week. Tomorrow I'm out for a few days until Monday because I've mentioned this on stream before. My brother is a pilot, right? And sometimes he gets free flights that he can give out to people. And if nobody takes them, like they run out. And last month he tells my sister and I, like, I got 2 free flights and they're gonna run out in April. If you wanna do a free trip, like free flight to somewhere, let me know. It has to be before April. So my sister and I, my sister's going back to Estonia, so she picked her free flight, like, and we had to find a place that connected both here and Estonia. And the only connecting place was London Stansted. And we're like, are we gonna go to London? She's going to London a lot for work. We said, no, let's not go to London. So we're gonna go to London Stansted and then just pick a train and go north. We're gonna go to Cambridge and some other surrounding places. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be a nice little weekend. And we got the flight paid for. But yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. Actually, like a little bit after this stream, I'm gonna be driving to the airport. So much has happened since the last time I streamed. Yeah, I needed to catch you guys up. Oh yeah, I got Sora. I got Sora tasked with translating my website to Spanish. Good luck with that, Sora. There's a lot of work. There was a duel in hot air balloons? Awesome. I mean, I would just aim for the balloon, try to get the other balloon pinched and have the person fall. Is that against the rules? Was that the goal? I don't know. Yeah, take it to heaven with the stream schedule. We'll be there. I'm glad. Honestly, I'm so glad to see y'all here and to see everyone in chat. When you've been streaming or stopped streaming for so long, you kind of expect nobody to show up on the first one. So I'm glad y'all did. Glad to see everybody in chat. It's great. But yeah, definitely. This is gonna be the only stream this week. Next week might only be a single stream, and then after that, I'll sort of like slowly pace them out. Try to find a schedule that that works with, also my schedule here, because we got and also I might start doing them earlier, so I might start them around this time ish. I'm gonna try it out, but yeah, I'll see my schedule and how it fits with like going to ceramics, going to fencing, since fencing is pretty late. We'll vibe it out. The realistic Mario piece was like the silliest 10-minute edit I've done. Thank you. Is this just a teaser stream before you leave us for a while again? No, I'm gonna try to do another one next week. I don't know which day though. Because it is, yeah, I come back on Monday, then, what is it? Is that next week, Holy Week? No, that's 2 weeks from now. Okay, I think next week I might be a little bit more free. I might be more out for Holy Week, since people have vacations, so I might leave somewhere with my family. I don't know. You didn't tell me there was alt text on the images. Oh, sorry, no need to translate alt text. Let's just focus on the text on the website. Don't worry. Don't. Also, only the the later images have alt text. Only when I started doing it on Blue Sky, I think I started doing it on the website as well. I mean, we can do alt text at the very end if we want to, but the goal for now is to translate the website, and the images already come with the alt text. So, I don't even know how we would have to translate the alt text. Like if the translation thing can translate alt text. So yeah, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out if we need to. Oh, hot air balloon duel. That was the goal, to pinch the balloon, but it didn't work. No balloons got popped and the duel just kind of ended. Oh, how anticlimactic. Watching Val with dinner sounds like a good plan. We got JPEG! I forgot to check if that worked, so I'm glad. I mean, I'm still in the same computer, so... also, I changed how... like, it's still my 3 screens, but now chat is on the right, which used to be here. I'm gonna take a little getting used to, but it just kind of works better with the setup. Also, Beancam is kind of awkward, because my computer's like on the left, while Bean is on the right. So the cable for the camera like barely reaches. Oh god. We're level 3 already? Yeah, we are. That didn't take long.
You just have to fight WordPress with image size. I don't think you have to mess with anything. I wouldn't touch image size because it's gonna be like automatically handled the way I set it up. So if you just copy the image block, paste it on, you don't have anything to touch with the images. Worry not about that. Oh god, I got JPEG audio. I didn't even notice. I was replying to chat. Did I sound great? Oh my god, the JPEG again. Oh god, mine are more of them pixels. Damn, I forgot to make tea for this stream. I guess I'll just have water. I have no qualities.
Oh, damn. Guess that's my punishment for not streaming for a while. I think we'll continue until morale improves. But yeah, this bed is like bouncing up. I just bought it, so it's still like a little stiff. It'll adapt to Bean's shape really soon. Hey Bean, you want to say hi to chat? Oh, he's still too sleepy. He'll pop up and ask for cuddles really soon. Your eyebrow googly eye. Maybe I stole it. Who knows? But yeah, honestly, I've missed doing personal art. I've been sketching. I've still been trying to fill out this sketchbook, which, oh, I would show you, but it's JPEG. That's your own fault, chat. Been doing a lot of little things here. Oh, look at that. We're clean again. I'm doing this is deep sea clowns. I like deep sea creatures as clowns. I really like this one. Some prehistoric horses, and this weird thing from a photo. Now there's a little folklore story about a guy who finds 3 little demons bickering and tricks them. Prehistoric horses. Oh yeah, here I was trying to figure out like funny shapes for like some kind of cup or something for my first day at ceramics. And I don't have it physically here because it still needs to be fired at the oven or kiln. That's the word, right? But I can show you what I did because I did post it on Blue Sky, I think. Yeah, check out my snar. That's my snail jar. This is what I did. This was the first day at ceramics. It came out pretty fun. Especially for a first thing. I got a lot of fun ideas for ceramics. For example, this one I just reposted it today, so it should be easy to find. This drawing I did, what was it, last year? About a year ago. Actually from this very sketchbook. I'll show you. I'll show you. Started in this sketchbook. Then I was like, I really like this actually. So I scanned it and I just put it on Photoshop and just painted over it. Gave the oyster itself some color, a little bit of like wetness, which I wasn't really able to do as well on pencil. So I just kind of digitally went over it. Obviously changed the background to black. And yeah, I was happy with that piece. I was like, that might be a fun ceramics thing, because you can glaze only the wet part inside, and it's just gonna look very like wet and alive. Probably, hopefully, I don't know, we'll see. But I might do that one next. I'm not sure, I got a few ideas. What would you put in the snar? Good question. I'm not sure what I'll put in the snar. It's definitely not great to like drink out of, because it has like, because you got to clean it then, and it has all the inside bit, all the inside twist. So I don't know. Maybe I'll put some like cute dried flowers, maybe something like that. Make it decorative. Maybe I'll just put trinkets in it. That would be fun too. Pencils. What colors will I paint the star? I already painted it. But I'm not sure how that will come out. I might have messed it up in the paints, because I'm not used to painting underglaze on ceramics. It was a completely new thing to me, and the paints themselves, like, they look very different when you're painting them than when they're fired. Like, apparently they get a lot more intense. So I kind of just went with like oranges, a bit of reds, but the red might end up coming like super, super red. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it comes out. I'm an idiot. I was going to ask if you were going to do some Asturian folklore. I suppose I do have a whole section on my website. I want to do more though. Yeah, I definitely do want to do more folklore stuff, especially now that I'm back here. I bought a bunch of folklore books. They're somewhere around there, but a lot of them in Asturiano, which is the language here. It's kind of the sibling language to Spanish, so if you know Spanish, you'll be able to understand most of it. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to doing a bit more folklore. And I don't know, now that I'm in an artist guild and they do like they do occasional expos. It's actually what I'm doing today is for the first expo where everybody can send a piece in the guild. But yeah, I would like to do maybe a little collection of folklore. Try to like put it somewhere. I think that'll be fun, like physically here in Asturias. Having a fun time imagining you going to this class with people making normie bullshit like bowls, and you're over here making little horrors. Yes. Yeah, the first class. This is a very new studio. There's a girl that's had this like studio space that she was using personally. She does some really cool ceramic stuff, and so she just started opening it up to the public. I went to actually the first class she did. And so we first started with like something like a bowl, or, you know, kind of wanted to start us with something simple. I was like, you know, inverted snail jar is technically kind of a mug, so I'm gonna try that. She was like, sure, try it. You'll see if it comes out all right. And it did come out all right. So yeah, next time I'm going, she's starting like regular classes in April. So I'm gonna start going pretty soon, like regularly every week. And yeah, I'm excited for that. You had an IRL googly eye for the microphone. That's true. I can put it here now, because I set up the microphone and now the pole is a little bit visible. I will do that right now, actually. I forgot I did owe you that. Hold on. Get the googlies out. Don't speak much, but your family's from there. But where are you? Where are you living, Creeper? It's cool to have more people from Asturias, or at least families from Asturias. Do you come here often? Got a googly, and I got some pretty bad glue, so it might not hold for very long. I will change it for super glue when it does. We are using Googly L on this one. Okay. Let me center that. It might hold actually, because it's a pretty... It's a pretty rough surface. I'm not sure actually. We'll see when it dries a bit. Oh, Asturias and Canarias. Hell yeah. Well, I'm from Asturias. I lived in the Canary Islands for 4 years. So that's really cool. How am I tapping in chat? Putting Googly on the mic. It might be the same person, Creeper. Have you ever checked? Waldavia. Alright, so today, as I mentioned, I wanted to do something that, and it's an idea I've had for about a year. It was correctly mentioned. It was Dragon Girl on the Patreon Discord that we got, who suggested a year ago. She was like, "Oh, you should do something with kudzu vines because they're really cool." And you know, we don't have kudzu vines here, or at least they're not like an invasive species. And I've seen places where they pop up and they just smother everything. Apparently it's a big thing in the south of the United States. Like there's big areas that are just taken over by kudzu. And it's really cool. Let me put out some pictures in them. On the screen right now. So it just takes over entire areas. It goes over trees and it smothers them because it just, you know, it covers the whole tree and the branches, and the tree can't, you know, do photosynthesis anymore. So it kills the trees. And it just keeps going and going and going and creating these, you know, it can take over like houses, and like it'll climb over everything. It's kind of crazy. So when Dragon Girl suggested, I was like, oh, that would be cool to have like a kudzu that grows during the night, and it grows very fast. So if you leave your window open, if you live in an area that's like taken over, and you leave your window open, there's a chance that it might just climb in, cover your entire room, and just smother you in your sleep. And so that idea has been sitting in the back of my brain for about a year now. And yeah, as I mentioned, I joined this artist and like illustrator. It's mostly illustrators, right? But there's kind of everything. Illustrator guilds recently, and they're doing their first. I guess it's their second, but it's the first while I'm here. Sort of an expo where they'll rent a space, and everybody can send in a piece based on a theme that, you know, people can just go and visit. And the theme was literally, and translating into English would be something like life in movements. And I was like, I want this is perfect. This is life that moves really fast. And it's also something that I can make something that's horror, but where the image can also look kind of pretty and have some nice flowers. Because I want, you know, it's gonna stand next to like some really pretty, cute artwork, and I kind of don't want to like have something really grotesque next to it. So like, I think that's a perfect middle point where it kind of shows to like a random person who's just seeing this, among other pieces. It kind of shows like, okay, this is like Photoshop artwork and it's horror themed, but without like doing something really gross that stands out a ton. But also like, it's just a piece I've wanted to do for a year now. So this is a good excuse to make it. So yeah, how about that? Isn't the origin of arrowroot powder? No idea. Kudzu is native to China, invasive in the American South. There are a few types of bamboo invasive here. Gotta ease them onto the brand, exactly. Because I was thinking, definitely, the theme has to do with life and movement, so I definitely wanted, like, I could send out, and I might send out, apart from this one, I might send out a couple more so they can choose if they think others fit the theme better. But I could send anything from my speculative biology collection, and I think it would fit. But yeah, I wanted something that was also kind of nice and pretty. Skeleton, how you doing? Thank you. If the Kudzu took over a whole city, I mean, that would be cool. But I kind of want a very like intimate scene where it's someone's room, where the windows open, and it's sort of like morning light maybe, and the vines are just entering through the window and taking over everything inside the room. And there's just a bed and the shape of someone sleeping in that bed. And you can only see like there was a human back there, like below that. But they've been smothered by the vines in their sleep. So that's basically what the image I got in mind. You've been liking the X-Files? Hell yeah.
Returns.
Hell yeah. So mosquitoes attacking me. God damn it. Thought I got rid of all the mosquitoes before starting. Alright, so how about we start looking for images? We're gonna need obviously kudzu vines. That's not too hard to find. We're probably gonna need something more of a closer up than this, right? Because it's gonna be like a bit of a close-up scene. It's gonna be an interior. But yeah, anything like this should work. I don't think we'll have much trouble finding images. But what we need, I think most importantly, is a bedroom. That sort of has a window or a space where we can put a window that, you know, can be filled with the vine. So first of all, let me open a Photoshop document because I haven't done that yet. And call it Kudzu. Okay, how about we pop into Photoshop and we start looking for, let me look for bedroom here. So what kind of things we get? Obviously very clean, like hotel-like bedrooms, which kind of sucks. Mostly would like a pretty, don't give me like boudoir stuff, please. Pixabay. Don't want to get the stream banned after like a few months of not streaming. Okay, so I mean, this kind of thing might work. Like, we got the window. I might move the window a bit more to the left. Very thin bed. And yeah, we could have like the shape of a person sort of covered by the vines somewhere here. Most of it would be covered by vines. I would like to have the bed a little bit more centered. But it might work. Maybe like this. Sorry, sneezing. I still got the bit of a cold from last week. The goddamn cold season. Evil cold. Yeah, you might notice my voice is still a little raspy. Yeah, there's 1 million pictures of bedrooms. I kind of like what I have in mind is something a bit more regular, like not these huge fancy hotel looking bedrooms, but something you'd find maybe in a more rural area, because this would probably happen, you know, in rural areas. You'd be exposed to these huge kudzu vines. Plans to use slightly mislabeled images as input so that it spits out distorted images for very small amounts of energy. Wait, missing context. A friend is trying to code a chat app for artists and plans to use locally trained image generate AI to engorge models trying to prey on them. Also, like, if anybody scrapes it to grab the big models. Interesting. Bedroom abandoned? Maybe. It's gonna give us the real nasty stuff. Oh, this is pretty good though, in the sense that it has the window right next to the bed. So this one might be good. It's very dark, but might be able to get some detail out of it if we just do a bit of that. Maybe. See Pop, good to see you again. Oh, Burango, have you seen what I did on my website for AI scrapers? Let me find this for you. So there is a page on my website that's not linked. It's just linked in a couple places very, very subtly so that AIs will get to it, but humans won't. And it's named after a carnivorous plant from Spain. And it starts with, if you're human, don't read this. This page is not for you. But it just contains a bunch of text and images made to poison AI models. Sorry, I'm getting coffee again. Sorry. So, you see all this tiny text. That's all a Markov chain. So Markov chains are kind of what existed to generate text before AI, where it would just generate a lot of nonsensical stuff. I used a Markov chain to get a bunch of text. I got a bunch of text for my own stories and website. I put it in a Markov chain so it generates sort of kind of garbled nonsense text. Getting some picture plant stuff to the AI. Exactly, cat. And let's read some of it. I'm just going to zoom in a bit so we can read some. And it's going to take like concepts, like stuff that I wrote, like stuff from my own website, but string it up in completely nonsensical ways. The pygmy tearbird, Melissuga of Tanthus, is said that thing on your death of Rosia that took Cariosa bacteria, otherwise normal, in 2006, before the family called the murder trees, and they brought trilobites back. I've been allowed to turn to America. The location is a rock deep underground. It mimics the vitreous body. False caustics, pyridoses are reinforced with it. In the newly formed department of the Bars 116 region of my faith, so the aircraft never found. This uncovered image was revealed such event in 1907. The larvae then hatch and birds. The mouth microbiome start to enter the United States 0.2 meters. So it's all like that. It's like the amount of text in this website, and there's more under the images, and the alt text on all the images is like a whole chunk of these, like extra that are generated. This is not generated as in AI. It's just very simple. Mathematical program that creates that, and there's a lot more text on this single page on my website than in the rest of my whole website. So if someone scrapes my website, they get a lot more garbled text than normal text, and they get all these concepts like mixed up. So they will actually just like get confused about all of these concepts. And it's like poison, right? If a text-generating LLM takes this, it's gonna mess up how it thinks about language. A little bit, just a tiny bit. It's gonna make it worse. And then, these images were AI generated back in 2021, before the big AI generators, but when they were just like starting out and they would just make nonsense. There was one tiny model that someone built that was just based on public domain and Creative Commons images. And they would just make these tiny images, and you could sort of train it with like your own images on top of that. And the guy who made it reached out and was like, "Oh, would you like to try this with some of your images?" Oh, that's fun. Obviously we didn't know how sausage was made. I wouldn't do this nowadays, but back then, I was like, "Oh, that's a fun toy." And so they had their AI program here generate a bunch of just nonsense, which was fun at the time. It was like we had a laugh about this. And it's all black and white because I only gave them black and white images to train on. And it just created these absolutely scary, nonsensical things. Some you can kind of see the training image. There's definitely some of the Antarctic things.
Val, you have been missed. I am closer than ever to closing your The game is back on.
Oh god, we're starting with threats. Starting back with threats. Just kidding. Hi, Hammy. It's using old AI to poison new AI, exactly. Had a very surrealistic vibes, absolutely. Yeah, AI should just be this. It would have been a lot more fun. Like it wouldn't have threatened any artist jobs. We would just be here vibing, making nonsense things for like basically no processing power. Because these were tiny models. Whoa, Bean. You good, Bean? But yeah, these were fun. And the alt text on all these images, I don't know if we can see it. It's somewhere in the page where you can see the alt text. In any case, it's just more nonsense text, like paragraphs and paragraphs of more nonsense text. Not seen the Ireland movie now. It's not hasn't popped up here in Spain.
About your well-being and have been looking forward to the day we could be here again. Bean baby. Frijolito little son.
Frijolito. Are you more awake, Bean? Oh yeah. Let's get Bean cam on. You can see my bed there, because I'm in my bedroom. When I get a new place, hopefully I can get one where, like the last one, we have a nice dedicated streaming space. But for now, I gotta make do. Oh, you got to see Bean, the sleepiest man alive. How is Gofio doing? Gofio is dead. I'm not kidding. Gofio, for those who don't know, was past a bump that on my hand, really large bump that popped up back here. One day it just disappeared. It's not here anymore. Like, you see? It's flat, it's regular. I mean, it's still a little bit there. But like if you press, you can notice it's still a little something there. But it just got reabsorbed one day. Gofio just fucking died. My ganglion cyst. Yeah, the name is ganglion cyst, for anybody curious. My homunculus. First have to pay respects. Lots happened in the last few months, Spacey. Too much. Too much to make a concise description. But yeah, this place is this is the old place. This is the room I grew up in. I'm at my parents for a while now, until I find a new place. So yeah, hopefully you'll find a new place sooner than later. Otherwise, in the summer, because now I have two computers here. By the way, I have my computer, like my new computer, the one you're looking at me through. But this one was in the Canary Islands until like 2 weeks ago. That's one of the reasons I wasn't streaming, because my good computer that's good for streaming was simply not here. So I was working from my old computer, which, if you remember from a couple of years ago when I switched computers, I sent the old one back here to Asturias so I could still work here from time to time. And actually I streamed from here for like a month last year. So if you remember this background, that's why. And I was doing that from the old computer. Thing is, now I got both computers here, and the old one's still working. It has actually been upgraded last year, because if you remember, I had to switch a bunch of parts from this computer because my CPU kept breaking. Switched a bunch of parts. Thankfully, I got RAM and everything I needed before the prices exploded. I'm so thankful for that. But yeah, the old computer with a couple new upgrades, so it actually has a better graphics card and a couple other things, is here. It's like right next to the other one. It's plugged off right now. There's my grandpa's house, which is like out in the village, like out in the countryside, which has kind of been the gathering place for my family for a couple generations now. It's just there, like nobody lives there during the winter. People just kind of come and go, maybe the weekends and stuff. And I might just move there during the summer for a couple months. I think it might be fun. And I just take my older computer and I can still stream from there and stuff. So you might see a new setup pop up eventually, but I don't know, we'll see. Depends if I find a new place before the summer or not. It'll be fun. Just living out in a tiny, tiny village. 2 computers, you can set up a situation room. Maybe that's where Goffio ran away to. Maybe I'll find him someday. Or no, I think Goffio just lived his life. Before Goffio, there was another one. What was his name? Frank. His name was Frank, because he popped up during a trip to New York. So this was 2021, I think. Yeah, it was smaller than Goffio. Frank popped up, lasted a few months, then just got reabsorbed. Then Goffio popped up when I moved to the Canary Islands, like literally when I moved, so 4 years ago. Goffio lasted 4 years. I'm still talking about this bump, by the way. I'm not talking about people. Goffio lasted 4 years and fucking died, like right when I moved out of the Canary Islands, which is just kind of perfect. Like it's just, well, actually, what's that bit? Like some months before, but still, like it was. Goffio existed for pretty much the whole time I was in Canary Islands, and Goffio was the name of the Canary Islands like classic flour. It was like toasted flour, so it's like very typical in the food of the Canaries. And yeah, next time it pops up, it won't be Goffio. It will be a whole new. It will be Goffio's child. So we'll have to find a new name for it. If it does pop up again, we don't know. Frankie the New York cyst. Yeah, I remember it was named Frank because it was named after Frank Sinatra. Goffio is an entity in the Canary Islands, and he chose me as his host. That's true. Shanty, good to see you. Thank you so much for the resub. You are so right. So yeah, I think next one should have a name of something from Asturias. I'm partial to Borogna, because Borogna is a classic dish, and it has the kind of name you'd give to a lump. Borogna is, hold on. Let me pop it up in the browser. Borogna is this huge chunk of cornbread that's filled with chorizo. Like chorizo is like a spicy sausage. Tocino, like just kind of bacon chunks. Other bits of meat. Blood sausage. There's this huge, dense chunk of bread.
Look at me.
Filled with meat. Just filled with various meats. You eat a small chunk of this, and that's it for like the rest of the day. Voglio preñar con esteroides. Yeah, exactly. And just my jaw like a snake and eats it whole. Yeah, it's so. Asturias has a dish called fabada, which where there's a hex code, fabada. That's so funny. That's the official color. Fabada looks like this. It's a bean stew, very simple bean stew, where you need like this very specific kind of really soft beans. They're delicious. You can't break it to a boil, otherwise the beans break. That's how soft they are. You have to constantly check the water so it doesn't boil, and just add cold water. We call it scare the water. You add chunks of cold water so it doesn't come to a boil. Otherwise, these will break and it'll completely ruin the texture of the dish. It's only beans, chorizo, blood sausage, and tocino. It's sort of like bacon, big like bacon chunks. other meats sometimes. Some people will add like veggies sometimes. There's also pot asturiano, which has more veggies. It's like the veggie version of this. But fabada is like one of those dishes that sounds so simple. It's extremely complicated to make it well. And the places that do it well are very famous. And typically, fabada was like, this was a poverty dish, right? Like, this is poverty food. But as usual, with like poverty dishes, they just kind of become staples, and then people learn how to do them well and with the right ingredients, so they actually become like the best dishes of a culture, right? And with fabada, what you'll do is you'll make it all together. Then you'll separate all the meats out, because when you make it in the pots, you'll have the whole, like this, like the whole chunk of chorizo and blood sausage. You'll make it in a big pot with all the meat inside. Before serving, you'll separate the meat out. You'll serve people the beans and the stew, and everybody, and then you'll just have a big plate with the meats. And everybody to their own liking. Personally, I don't love blood sausage, so I won't add a lot of it. And I'll probably take a bit more chorizo because I love chorizo. Yeah, you'll just take chunks, like you'll cut up like whatever, however much you want for your plates. Toss it in, right? Usually, after you're done with this dish, you have a lot of leftover meats, and these meats are cooked in this bean stew slowly over hours. They're delicious. What do you do with these leftover meats? You put in a huge chunk of cornbread, and that's where Bologna comes from. Nowadays, like that's how it traditionally was made. Nowadays, if you go to like a place where they make Bologna, they will just have made the ingredients on their own. Like this will be the singular dish, but traditionally it was made with the leftovers from fabada. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent again. If Gofio's child comes back, if the bump comes back, it might be named Bologna. That's my pitch. I wish you could eat fabada. You have to come to Asturias. A restaurant you love called La Carreta. The chili that was like 3 different kinds of meat in it. Sounds great. Been dreams again of fabada. Oh, in dreams. Oh, he just made the softest meow. Making me miss Asturias so much. It's your fault for coming to this stream. I will. The tourism board of Asturias should pay me, is all I'm saying. Cornbread there sucks ass? Really? Corn dog casserole. We do have a lot of corn in Asturias. It was a staple. And not so much anymore. Like it's still frequently eaten, but it was the staple of Asturias for many, many years, like for many generations. So usually it's used to make bread though. Anyway, tangents aside, I do really like this image. Maybe a little slightly too abandoned, but this one's pretty okay. We don't see a lot of the bed, and also it kind of looks like a city. I mean, definitely looking for abandoned rooms has given us a bit more of a grungy vibe. We don't want something too abandoned, though. We want something where clearly somebody was sleeping there, right? It was in use. Yeah, not a great photo there. Oh, see you, Bill. Thanks for hanging out. And image you have on the canvas right now really does give us the vibe of Kudzu down here. Yeah, I do really like this one. Feels like a very old house. That's slightly closer to what I had in mind. I don't care much about the state of the bed, since that's mostly going to be covered in vines. And we just want like the bed and the silhouette of someone sleeping on it. That's the important bits. And also some kind of window that's open. You know, that's technically optional. We can add a window, but if we get the picture where the window is there, the lighting is already going to match. So we're not going to have to change the lighting of the background that much, which is good. So yeah, this one's not too bad. It's not the prettiest room, but it can do. Oh yeah, I'd also definitely love to have something that contrasts nicely with the green of the vines. But that's not a super hard thing because we can just change the color of the room if we need to. So that doesn't worry me too much. The hell is this bed? What? Why is it spreading its legs? What the hell? Are you back in Canada, Stephanie? How'd the move back go? The spider bed. Yeah, it's gonna scutter around if you don't look at it. Shinbreaker 3000. Please tell me that's AI. That looked like a 3D render, not AI. That has 3D render vibes, like those pillows. Hold on. And the flat picture on the windows, right? Yeah, Shinbreaker 3000. New Valdivia art, freaky bad. You settled in more or less? That's good, that's good. The 3D render ass bad. See, when I imagined this photo, that's sort of the angle I had in mind for the bed. But I'm not married to that idea. Like, I think this is still the strongest one. I guess the issue with this might be to make the human shape clearly readable, since we'd be seeing it from the feet. So we want to have like a very clear human-sized lump here, and we don't have a lot of contrast against the background because the background, like behind it, is also going to be vines because the vines have to be coming out of the window. So that is a trouble with this image, and that's why I'm still looking for more. Ooh, okay. Do not mind this one. The bed's not made, but that doesn't matter to me. Also, it's full of plants, but, you know, those plants will be superseded soon. Yeah, this would be a vertical image. Actually, shit, I should check the I don't have them downloaded. I'm going to check the guidelines real quick for the expo I'm going to be sending this to. Because they did have some pretty specific size guidelines. So I don't want to mess that up. Uh, 30 centimeters by 40 centimeters. So a 3x4 image. And let me. It could be vertical or horizontal. That's fine. Let's do 3 and 4. Oh, the other way. It's just a little shorter in this direction, or it could just be. Okay, cut. Thank you. It could be vertical. Oh, why's it doing that? What? It doesn't want to rotate the canvas. It's just saying no. Why? I guess like having the crop tool on for some reason. Anyway. Yeah, we could do vertical with this one.
It's great to see you back.
Hey! Thank you so much, Ricochet. I forgot what? When did the sound... Oh, I guess because we did have two different text-to-speech voices. I forgot about that. Based on the amount of bits. Yeah, Stephanie suggests lie them on their side with their legs bent. That is a good solution. Yeah, I'm like slightly more raised from the bed. Or kind of fetal position. I think that would still work better on this sort of angle compared to this, though. All right. Canonically accurate Kudzu. Slumping against the window. I mean, they could be struggling. It would make for a creepier image. But I do also like the peaceful vibe of it.
Holy shit, 42 months.
42 months, Cryptid. Damn, thank you so much. How are you doing, Cryptid? Yeah, I would say that I kind of like the peaceful position of a person just kind of sleeping, maybe just fetal position, as they get smothered by the vines. Perhaps. Working on OC refs. Good luck, you got this. So, okay, I'm gonna go vertical, I think, and use this one as a base. I think for now it's my favorite. I guess before getting married to it, there's a lot of bedroom pictures, so we can still scroll through because we did find this one pretty late into the game. So look at this one too. As a book. I guess just a random photo book, but this one will be good. We could have the vines coming in from the left here and have the body kind of slumped up there. It's still, yeah, the angle is also a little bit low, so we would have the same problem of the human shape being a little less readable. Could be an option though. Could be an option. Same vibe here. We don't have a lot of bed in this one though. That's kind of the issue with it. Like we might need to sort of extend it artificially, make it vertical. Yeah. I already saw this one. Kudzu is a botanical blight. It is true. Okay, now we're getting just random abandoned places. So we might be running out of bedrooms for this one. No, there's still bedrooms here. It's sort of starting to mix in other more unrelated images. Big yawn bean. Hello. You want to say hi to chat? Are you ready? He's ready. He is ready. Hold on, hold on. Let me get the other. Hey, here he is. You want to say hi to chat, Beat? The creature. Okay, B, you wanna hop on my shoulders? I got, by the way, in this setup, Bean Cam 2 is gonna be entirely free cam. I'm just gonna place it wherever because I don't have a good spot for it. Jump on. Come on. Come on. Oh, the mic is kind of getting in the way. Let me get it for you. There it is. Haha. There's the bean. There's the bean, folks. This chair is a little bit worse for him because it just doesn't have as much height to... Look at his tail. It doesn't have as much height to like protect him, so I can't raise my shoulders up too much. But if you remember my old chair, it was the good IKEA chair that I had back in the Canary Islands. I got that one sold before leaving. So because obviously it was too expensive to transport. So I figured I would just sell that chair in like secondhand there and then get either a new one or another secondhand one here. And I've managed to find a really, because I remember that chair being worth like what, 150 euro or 170 euro, something like that. I was like, okay, I'm ready to pay for that. And then I look it up on the IKEA website and it's 250, which was really expensive. Okay, one treat, of course. Treat for you, Bean. Because you're so nice.
I paid actual money for this one. My prime low kiss at itself months agosto.
Thank you for the actual money sub, Mooley. Let's get a zoom in on the boy. Where is he? Focus, focus camera. Focus. Here he is. He is the most handsome man to ever exist. But yeah, I got this chair. Well, I looked at this chair on IKEA. 250 euro. So a lot more expensive than when I bought it. I might have just got it on sale. That's what I'm thinking. And also inflation. So yeah, I was like, oh, that's expensive. But it was a really good chair. And like actual like good ergonomic office chairs run more expensive than that. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try to find another one secondhand. And all the ones I find that are local to me are like shit, like they're completely busted and like really, really heavily used, or they are really far away, so I can't go pick them up. And just like the price of them sending it to me, the shipping price would make it pretty expensive. Ricochet, thank you for the resub. 11 months! Hell yeah. Next near year. And then I found one person that has a new chair, exact same model, completely new. And big yawn. Completely new for 180 euro. He hadn't pulled it out of the box even. But it was in Madrid. Madrid is the capital of Spain. It's like 4 hours away by car. But my brother lives there. And my brother's coming here by car like at the end of the month, next month. So I was like, can you pick up a chair for me? And he was really nice and he did it. So I'll have a chair pretty soon, like an actual decent chair, because this one I'm on absolutely sucks. Any crimes that have been recently committed by the bean? Yeah, he pissed on the rug. Didn't you? He pissed on the rug. So now I had to remove the rug. I'm gonna have to clean it. Yeah, look at him. Look at him. Gave up on eating it. No, so the rug I had back in the Canaries is I left it there. Like it wasn't worth keeping. So I had a rug here. It's pretty old rug. It's fine. Bean kept scratching it though because it had good scratching texture. But I was pretty much fine with that. He wasn't gonna destroy it. But yeah, then he pissed on it. So now we can't have a rug. I'll clean it up. And in his defense, his litter box was like really nasty because I was out for the weekend and I told my mom, please come empty his litter box, please, at least once, and she forgot. So when I came back, he had pissed on the rug. So in Bean's defense, he's partly innocent. Litterbot, yeah, it was a litter box protest. It was justified. See, my mom didn't know about these things. She's never had a cat. She's always been a dog person. She does love Bean though, and Bean loves her, so that's good. It's good. Also, my parents have 2 dogs. One of them is huge, and we were scared about them and Bean like not getting along. They get along really well. It's great. Like, I think the dogs don't really get how a cat behaves, so they get a little bit like scared of him sometimes. Because every time the dogs like come in and start like smelling him, what Bean will do is just like lay on his back, on his belly, and it's a sort of a defensive position. Like, I'm not gonna hurt you, but I got both my paws ready in case you do, right? And so he's just lying on his back, kind of twisting around like that, and the dogs don't know how to react to that. So they just get really confused. Their body languages are so opposite, yeah. It's very funny. What's up, Bean? So yeah, they've been getting used to that. let's get Bean on screen here. But yeah, lots of fun new experiences with the move. Also, getting more boudoir photography for some reason. Okay, no more results on Unsplash. Okay, I think we ran the course of this search. Meaning, I think this one's still my favorite from all of them. So let's fully rotate the image. That was the other way. Counterclockwise. That's the way. Okay, we're good. So we need to make that fit the corners. And then we choose our crop. And I think we need to crop it closer to the bed. We don't need that much window. The big dog will sniff your orange cat so aggressively you get annoyed and meow. Bean does that too. He'll meow. He's pretty quiet generally. He'll only meow when he's asking for attention, just entering a room to just let you know, like, hey, I'm here. And no, Bean, don't eat glue. And just like in very marked occasions. But when a dog approaches him, he'll meow at the dog. I think he's like trying to communicate. I'm not sure. Okay, so I mean, this one already has a lot of plants. I'm not sure how I'll handle that. It's still probably the best one, like, considering the angle and everything. I guess next thing, let's look for fetal position. Let's try to find a good... Not... Well, it did not interpret my search correctly, I don't think. Okay, we're getting some. We're getting some. Kind of want this sort of position, but at a similar angle to what we got on the bed. We're probably not going to see it because it's going to be covered in vines, but we still want sort of the shape of it. So we can use it as a base to add the vines in. It's not what I searched for, but lots of good anatomy pictures here, I guess. Don't get banned. Hope not. It's just like a lot of pregnancy photos. Oop, that was someone naked there, but no full exposure. Twitch don't ban me. You didn't see anything. So fetal position does not give us what we want. Some pictures did, but what's a good search we can do? Being to the dogs, these fools cannot communicate like me. I will test the noises. Is there another name for fetal position that doesn't have to do with a fetus? Curled up? Curled? Curled up? Curled. Yeah, okay, there are some. Mostly animals, but we'll see. It's just getting us curling. That was my fear with curled. Lots of curling, I guess. Yeah, maybe just sleeping. You know, fetal position is pretty common when sleeping, so.
I went to get my food and came back to the fetus position question. I truly missed what this thing sound like XD.
Oh, Cryptid, adding more words to these searches. Unfortunately, the way these searches work, instead of searching for, if you search for something with 2 words, like fetal position, right? It will search for fetal, it will search for position, and it'll mix the results. So the more words you add, it just kind of pulls in for more searches. If something happens to be like exactly the combination of words he said, those will usually pop up first, but then you'll mostly just get a lot of nonsense. That's why like curled up gave us curling, because it was searching for both the results of curls and up, if that makes sense.
What kind of a simine search system is that?
I wish I knew. I wish I knew. It's not Photoshop's fault. This is the fault of Unsplash, Pixabay, and Pixels. And I'm looking in 3 different sites at once, so that's why like the results get even more mixed up. Because we're doing slightly different searches in 3 different sites. So yeah, it's something you gotta learn to deal with to get the stuff you want to get. Why is this person sleeping like that?
Welcome to stock image sites.
Yeah, unfortunately. I love stock photos. This guy breaking a paper that just said insomnia. Oh. What's up, Bean? What are you thinking about? You're deep in thought. Fortunately, not a lot of good stuff here. It's mostly just like upper body shots of people sleeping. We need the full body. Okay, what about lying down? That's gonna give us results for lying. Can't wait for that. What about this one? It's not the right angle. Not quite the right angle, but it's a little closer to the other ones we found. It's not perfect, but let's see what else we got. Shit, it was. Why were the nudity pictures down there? You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing. I think that was Pixabay. That's usually Pixabay. That allows nudity, and for some reason it just pops up in searches, even if you have safe search turned on. We love that sort of thing. We love to play with getting the stream banned on my first stream in a long while.
Lying on the ground covered in leaf because sometimes you just want to really return to nature, lol.
Exactly. Touching grass is not enough. You ain't seen shit, buddy. Trying to befriend a stray. Oh, good luck. Lying down. Not giving us much, isn't it? This person should just use this. It's gonna be a very clear human shape. Side sleeping? Maybe the dash will work. Nah.
I want my body to be considered pretty worse of all shapes and sizes. May this former fungi become a fungi.
Hold up! Hold up! It's not the right angle, is it? Oh, it's close though. Oh, it's just gonna select the bed. Hold on. Oh, enjoy your meal, Bean. Bon appetit. Maybe. Let's see. We don't need something super exact because, as I said, it's not gonna like show up on the image. Probably, it's mostly just gonna be reference to like shape the vines around it. Lots of cats. So many cats. I'm not going to complain about that. I love my insomnia pillow. Insomnia guy's back. Cats are champion sleepers. True. Talking about cats. Where's the boy? Oh, there. What? He's looking at his litter box, then looking back at me. I just cleaned it. Like an hour ago. Don't look at me and complain. Gonna head back to work. Good luck at work, Pyro. And thanks for popping in and chatting. Oh, he is going to the litter box. I thought he was gonna complain at me. I literally just cleaned it. There's a mosquito that just landed on the mic. I was gonna slap it and then I realized it was Mike. It would have been a big jump scare for all of you. So probably not the best idea. How about this lady? Thank you, Pyro. You're hearing the litter box. There he is. You gonna get the poop zoomies? Or maybe not. He seems pretty chill. This one's maybe. She's leaning like a little bit too much, but it's possible. It's good to have options before we settle on something. What about passed out? Like people lying on the floor in weird positions might work. And it's also like usually going to be seen from above. Passed out. So yeah, this does not give us much. Okay. Yeah, this person. What? Okay. Passports? Unconscious. That might be better, yes. Like, I'm not sure about this angle. I think it's a little too... Hi, Bean. Oh. It's too, like, close to the legs. The legs are huge in it. Faints might be good. There's also a really straightforward picture of someone lying down. Hope Twitch doesn't get annoyed as at the feet, the bare feet. That's still forbidden by Twitch, right? It's a person reading, but still, it could give us a nice base. What's up, B? There were paintings of naked people. Good to know. Okay, let's try faints. What? Snails? Oh, I forgot bean cam is on. Hold on. Why are there 3 pictures of snails?
Falla maje.
Welsh. How are you doing? What you get for people sleeping? Let's see. Good image. Good Welsh. Good to be back. What is this picture? So scary. Okay, so Fate doesn't give us anything. Sunbathing could give us some good pictures. A lot of feet, but... But yeah, I could have the right angles on some of them. Let's see. Lots of people trying to pose sexy. Just not the point. Not the point. Oh, look at this though. Oh, that's a pose right there. Yeah, not a lot useful here. I think these two might still be my favorites. You know, they do need adjusting, but thinking of them just as silhouettes, because we're only going to see them as that. if we consider them as silhouettes, and I guess we can just ignore the hair though. It's a little bit like this. This should be readable as a person. How about you? This should be readable-ish as a person. We're missing the a bit of the legs here. So taking that into consideration, it would be pretty readable. Also, we do have a little bit of the hair here we can remove. This one's not going to work. I don't think this one's going to work. This one's just kind of a pretty boring pose. Nails are fainting and you're laughing. Tartarus! Good to see you. Should not be awake right now. It's only 1. The night is young. Looks like a comfy bed to die on. True. Okay. Let's see. Also, we wouldn't be seeing it as a full silhouette because we still get to do the like the shapes of the arms and everything. So I think this one's the most usable one. I think she's maybe a little bit too large in the frame. Oops. I can't do that. There we go. Does that look good? That should be more or less all right. Slumber. I think that's gonna give us like pretty much the same as sleep or sleeping. Why is that on color burn? There we go. Okay, let's ignore the hair. Bring in the shape of the legs, even though they're under like a blanket of some kind. It gives us, this should give us enough to start with. All the fun things happen at night, exactly, like my streams. 3 fully nude men in different photos. Oh no, sorry. I'm sorry you're exposing yourself to the evil part of Wiki Commons. Kudzu is edible? What do you eat out of kudzu? Okay, let's try kudzu just on here, because we might be lucky. Oh, there's 1. Just 2. Maybe Pixelbay has some too. No, there's just 2. That's fine though. Because we'll definitely find some, probably on Wikimedia, probably on iNaturalists. We have it to scale with people, which is actually pretty nice, so we can figure out the correct scale. See, there's a tree that's being killed. Hi, Bean. You want to go out? There's no... you got everything in there. Your food, the litter box. What you want to go out for? You want to explore the house at night? You thought Kudzu was going to be the name of a god? Nope, it's just a vine. It's a good photo, Sora. Okay, let's go to Wikimedia. Let me pop it to the browser. Search for Kudzu. And no restrictions. So we got this one. That's a close-up. What's that? Kudzu weaving? Huh. Do you know you could do weaving with these? I guess you can. It's pretty thick. Pretty thick. Oh, hi Bean. It's good. Why is the bean cam so dark until I manually change it? Hello. Okay. That's more readable. He's hard at work. Okay, so not a lot of Kudzu. We got this. Let's see how big this is. Not very. Not very big either. Not very big either. Okay. Next spot, iNaturalist. Gotta look for Kudzu vines there and hopefully find some good ones. I'd also love to see Kudzu flowers. Okay, Kudzu. That's the one. Because I would like it to be flowering. I think that would be cute. Oh, this camera is... I need to fix it up a little. So it stops like tilting up on its own. Kudzu recipe? What can you do with it? Tell me. They do have pretty flowers, don't they? Okay, yeah, plenty of pictures. Plenty of pictures. We are eating well today. Okay, let's go for no copyright. Let's see if that's still the case. And I think it's still gonna be the case. Yeah, big leaves, damn. Okay, these people picking the leaves like that, that's useful information for us. I think I'm just gonna call this like a species or a subspecies of Kudzu that might have like recently developed that grows even faster. Or like it already existed, but it just became invasive, and in these invasive areas where it's like out of whack with the ecosystem, it just eats through everything. So yeah, Bean Cam is much darker than before. Bean, what did you do to it? Hold on, got another idea. It's Bean Cam 2. Look at he. Look at he. Doing better, isn't it? You can see his little claws. Anything to say to the camera, Bean? Oh, you're so dark. You're so dark in there. Kiss? Kiss? No? Oh. No? Oh. Being snubbed. Look at him with the lion in the background. That lion over there. Same picture. Oh, good night, Tartarus. There it goes. Oh. Okay. As we were saying, I'm gonna get some pictures of Kudzu where you can see shapes very well, because that's the sort of thing we need here. Let's see, it's a very large image too, so it will be useful for us. So lots of close-ups of the leaves.
The gaze of install powerful.
Oh, you turned on the full JPEG. Good, incredible move, Welsh. So you still remember the secret code. For those who don't know, doing 333 bits will instantly turn on level 3 JPEG and only make it, and you can only turn it off manually. So we're stuck here until somebody decides the time is right. Okay, let's see. It's pretty decent close-up of Kudzu. Let me get that one as well. Oh, I gotta remember not to name them original.jpg. Hold on. Okay. Yes, more of this. Could make it interesting. Whoa, camera fell. Just kind of hanging on his bed. I might also have to edit this camera to pick up more of the bean. There's this one, C922. Should add more exposure. Huh. More exposure. It's gonna make the movement really choppy though, but you get to see Bean sleeping. It's not gonna move around too much. Unless I move the cable. Whoops. You can see his blank eyes. Beautiful. Okay, let's get this image. I think one of the problems is we might have to make the vines smaller. That might be a concern because the pictures that I'm thinking of, the ones that where you can really see the shape it covers, are usually when it covers like something very large. So each individual leaf is like a lot smaller and just part of a larger shape, right? So in order to make that work with like a smaller shape like a human and still have it be readable, we'll probably have to make the leaves smaller, but it's still going to be our own species, so I think we can definitely justify that. It's like a smaller kudzu that just grows a lot faster or something like that. Like, I like this bit here. Also, like some of the bits on the side are good. Oh, I keep forgetting to save it correctly. Kudzu. There we go. Here's another close-up. But if we make it smaller, we might not need that. We will need flowers, but I've probably scrolled past a few good ones, so we'll do that at the end. We'll kind of scroll back up, look for flowers, because my mind was not looking for that right now. Here it is covering an interesting shape. This one's a bit too viney. One might be more interesting if the image is large enough. Yeah, you can definitely see Bean's third eyelid. Isn't that right, Bean? Oh. You open his eyes. Estimates of the vine spread vary from the United States Forest Service. 10,000 square kilometers per year? Wow. Okay. It's insane. Or no, 10 square kilometers. Okay. 610 kilometers square annually. Damn. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, look at that gripper. This is taken from her car and it has reflections. God damn it, it was a good picture otherwise. We can work through the reflections, but we do have a lot of images. This might be a little too far. That might be good. Let's see how big the image is. Original. Yeah. Okay, not that good. I'll still save it in case we do need it, because it is pretty shaped. Oh, that's a good one. It already kind of looks like it took over a person. I mean, if we happen to find a kudzu that looks like a person lying down, I'll just take that. I'll just take that, thank you very much. Some of them already look like ghouls or specters of some kind, so. If there is Muli, like get me some good kudzu pictures. This one has interesting shapes. It's a bit far away, but we can zoom in decently. Well, I don't know. I will save it, but I don't have super high hopes for it. The flowers are really pretty. I was actually thinking blue for flowers. For some reason, that was like the color that was in my mind for the flowers for this vine. Since it's our own species, we can just take kudzu flowers and recolor them. Some kind of light blue, I think. What'd you find, Stephanie? Okay. Damn. That's insane. Maybe this one could be useful for some details. It is pretty shaped. Yeah. Kudzu 8. We got 8 pictures so far. 9 with the one we got from Photoshop itself. Ooh, okay, pretty good. Oh. Bean is not in frame anymore. Anything to say about that, Bean? Hold on. Can I get a good angle of him? Probably not with this camera. Hold on. Probably just with this one. Which I still need to... I need to tweak this camera so it doesn't keep pitching up. Okay. This one, yes. Let's download. Pretty good close-up. This one's the same patch a little further away. Take it from a rainy window. Doesn't work for us. So does Kudzu not change at all in winter? It's, what's the word? Perennial? Makes sense, right? I think vines tend to be perennial. Damn, there is a wealth of pictures here. Look at that. It's insane how when you see like the tree trunks just bare and covered in Kudzu. That's wild. Okay, let's see what we can do with the pictures we got. Might be enough. Back into Photoshop. This is kind of always there. Damn. Let's see. All of our pictures. There we go. Some ivies do change color? Interesting. Okay, just really quickly, just by coincidence, putting this over the body, it kind of does trace a shape pretty decently. So this might be a good one to start with. Let's see. Let me try to get a selection. Let's see how well Photoshop does. Not well at all. Literally not well at all. So can I get this Show, always show. Never show overlay. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not right. Can I? Yeah, okay. That works. Just trying to do it with this tool, because otherwise I would have to just manually go over every leaf. And we'd be here until tomorrow. Okay, I think that's a pretty reasonable size for the leaves. Kudzu was introduced in the southeast 1883. The vine was widely marketed in the southeast as an ornamental plant. Used to shade porches. Oh, damn. Kudzu was distributed as a high protein content cattle fodder and as a cover plant to prevent soil erosion. Solution for the erosion during the Dust Bowl. Interesting. So it was actually, it came in clutch for a while, right? It's Bean's cousin. True. Fabaceae? I don't know how to pronounce that in English, but Favas is beans. That's why I called them in Asturiano. Fabada. We were just talking about Fabada. We were literally just talking about Fabada. The individual ones are called favas, which in Spanish you could say habas with an H, but in Asturiano we still conserve the original Latin spelling for it, which is with an F. It's interesting because Asturiano conserves a lot of Latin, less like more. It's usually more untouched than Spanish is in terms of Latin. There's a lot of changes that didn't take place. Also, they do turn red. Oh. Well, it's true. I've seen like these dead ivies like this in the winter. But they do turn a beautiful shade. Rose, good to see you. Pretend I was here the entire time. Everyone knows you were here. Yeah, what you talking about? Been here since the beginning. Okay, so we should have some vines kind of fall from the window. Maybe this can work. Oh, wrong tool. Okay, let's see how well Photoshop detects this edge. Decent enough. Yeah, it can be entering the window like this. Right, I guess the window is only slightly ajar. I mean, we could open the window fully, even break the glass, or we could have it come from the side, which might be even a little bit scarier because it just tells you like, yeah, you can't like even open a sliver of your window, oh, they will come in and kill you in your sleep.
So we could have something like this. Got JPEG audio! I hope it's still working. Let me know if it's still working, because I did not test that. And you know, things have breaken for less. I pulled my computer apart and put it back together in the past few weeks, so you never know. You never know what breaks. Sure is? Hell yeah. Glad I don't have to set that up again. I had to set a few things back up for the stream because they broke in the interim. Oh, let's get the tree one.
Got scared by the crispy audio. My god, the con.
Spitting from an alien ship. I'm glad the weird audio glitches worked. It was a fun little thing to set up, honestly. Okay, that might be too small. Yeah. I mean, that could be a scene outside. Could be what we see out of the window. The dead tree. Maybe. We'll see. I'll just put this on the top. As we decide which textures to use where. What about this one? It should be smaller, right? That seems like about the right size. Oh, tiny snore from Bean. Oh. I've been deep fried. Yep. And only you, chat, can turn it off. It is your decision. It is your duty. Because it was turned on through one of the secret special ways that turn off the timer. Usually JPEG goes away after 10 minutes, I think is the timer. But not in this case. Oh, we got tiny snores from Bean. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Is it? Can I get the crunch mode? I think crunch mode is not working. Also, he stopped snoring. Damn it, Bean! It's trying to get everybody to listen to it. Let me see. Crunch mode working? Oh, it is. Alt C. Okay. See if I can capture a snore. Oh, we just moved. Damn it. I'm sorry, chat. No snoring. The moment you put the mic on, he stops. He noticed the disturbance. A shame. Once established in a habitat, Kudzu is able to grow very quickly. 0.3 meters every day is really crazy. Yeah, honestly, that's crazy growth rates. So for our story, we don't have to bump it up by that much. Only like probably a few meters per night.
My face is turning out the same way. Cute and looking beautiful. As soon as I try to capture it on my phone, Dios mío la criatura.
Truly. Animals know when they're being photographed. They will ruin it every time. They got a powerful instinct for this sort of thing. Let's see. Can I get rid of this from the selection? Yeah, pretty decently. A little bit of manual tweaking. A little bit of that. And we're getting a pretty decent shape out of this photo. I think that might be a good chunk of the person's body. We'll build it up like that, little by little.
These ungrateful children have no idea what I was through to prove to others that their presence is a blessing in our lives. How do you convince people to get a cat when they always start licking themselves while on camera?
True, true. It's heliotropic. It turns to look at the light. Oh, sunflowers. Okay, so still trying to cover the body. Putting up little chunks here and there. Trying to approximate a body shape. I might need to remove like a little chunk from here. Nope, incorrect. Okay. Yeah, that's better. It's only barely faster to use these tools on complicated pictures like this. Because they are finicky. They decide what the hell they want to select, and it's not usually what you want. And some pictures is really straightforward. With this one, it just takes a lot of patience. It's still faster than cutting up all these leaves by hand, of course. So I won't complain too much. Okay, let's get us a better shape for the body. And then we'll have to take this chunk out. Maybe move it, because I do like it. I like the... I like the shapes. But I'll have to separate it. Absolutely incorrect selection, Photoshop. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Will it do what I ask? Probably not. I'll do it manually this time. We remove this. We got this chunk. It's getting there. The strays out. They're having some food. Oh, nice. You know, the thing about this one, Hammy, that I think is because I do want to make carnivorous plants that eat humans at some point for this project, for my speculative biology project. But I think the fun part about this one, it's not even eating humans. Like, it's not specifically targeting us. It just grows so fast, and it grows during the night, so it's not really like following the sun, that it can just take over your entire room while you sleep, and it'll go into every crevice, so it'll suffocate you. And it's completely accidental. Oh, nearly got a mosquito in flight. It's completely accidental, which I think is a little bit like it's its own kind of creepy. It's not specifically targeting you. It's just like, whoops, I left my window open. Now I got killed by a plant. You guys ever hear how, because this was a childhood fear of mine, you guys ever hear how plants will do photosynthesis during the day while the sun is out, and respiration during the night? So during the night, they sort of breathe like us, and they consume oxygen, they produce CO2. I was terrified of, I don't know who told me this or how my brain like sort of pieced this together incorrectly, but I was terrified of having a plant in the same room as me while I slept, because look at that, we're clear again. Thank you, Rose. I was terrified of having a plant near me while I slept, like in the same room, because I thought it was gonna steal all the oxygen and kill me.
I would like you to look in the lounge.
What she got in the lounge? Let's see. Oh. Oh, I am seeing good kitty. Yeah. You had the same fear, Sora? I was not alone? You were told the same thing?
I totally get a fear like that. Like, if I'm gonna go, let me become instant fertilizer.
So I was not the only one who had this very specific childhood fear of sleeping with the plants. Not a single unique experience. I don't know if this was like a myth, like sort of an urban legend thing where it was pretty extended, or if it's just like my own brain that made it up, our own brains that made it up, because we heard that fact about plants breathing during the night. So I don't know if it actually circulated as a, I don't know, let me know, chat, if you actually heard this as a little story. Yeah, this camera is annoying. It keeps pitching up because I placed it a very specific way. I'll fix it up. Your grandma told you? Okay, so they specifically told you not to have plant in your... So yeah, I might have heard the same thing as you. I don't know where my brain like came up with that. If I literally heard it or... But I probably heard the same thing as you. Older nurses will often remove plants from hospital rooms at night. Oh, this is really extended. Like we're already covering 3 continents between Sora, Stephanie, and I. So this is an extended myth. It makes the same sense as not being able to sleep with someone in the room. Yeah, like how why did we imagine they would just like suck up all the oxygen? They probably don't need that much. They probably need less than a person. Anyway, that was funny. So yeah, I had this very specific fear, and this is, I guess this is sort of an extension of that fear of a plant killing you while you sleep, because it took all the oxygen from you. This one isn't literally taking all the oxygen, but it's like, oh, it snuck into your room at night. It got into your airways because it's just trying to crawl around everywhere. You slept with a full-ass ceiling light. It was so blindly. You have your blanket over your face. It's incredible. I do... See, me as an adult, 29 years old, I do sometimes like to sleep with a little light on. Mostly because I have this sleep disorder. I've talked about it a million times, but sometimes I would sleep accidentally for like 12 plus hours, and I'll wake up really confused, not knowing what time it is. Like down to like maybe even like and I'm still like very like when you're very asleep and you're having trouble waking up, right? Where you can't even like reach out for your I don't know, check your phone to check the time or something. So you know, sometimes even I would check my phone and see the time, and I don't know if it's AM or PM, right? My brain is so foggy. So I do like to have like a little bit of a window open to at least see if there's sunlight, which will at least tell me like, okay, it's daytime, okay, it's nighttime. Yeah, sleep disorder things. Or having a little night light on, so I could at least like in my stupor, I can see something and see like check if you got. I don't have one in this room, but in my old room I used to have a little watch, little how do you call it? Like alarm, right? Alarm clock. The UCL has an entry about it. Plants release CO2 at night. Should not have one in my room. That's funny. I'll see you, Muli. Would fit perfectly into Appalachia horror stories. I'd love to go there someday. It's like a beautiful area. Okay, so we got pretty okay coverage on the person so far. These are very blurry. This one's maybe a bit too sunny actually for the sort of soft lights that we have. Okay, we got this one coming off from the side. Okay, this one has a very good soft light. At about this size, it sort of works for the shape of the leaves. So we can definitely use this one in like a few areas. We can complete the shape of the face with it. So let's do just that. Pretty good. Pretty good first selection. Yep. Okay, we're starting to get somewhere. Also, this one's very sunny here, the ass one, but I think it'll be fine because it's not covering an enormous chunk. So yeah, let's keep using chunks of this one. This one's really good. I was like, maybe if anything, it's a little bit too dark, but that's easy to brighten. Oh, Bob, see you as well. Have a good rest of your day or nights. I've yet to play Red Dead Redemption 2. I do have it since fairly recently. I picked it up on sale. It was really cheap. I was like, I'll play this sometime anyway. But you know, ironically, even though haven't been streaming lately and I've been taking this hiatus from personal work for a bit, I haven't had much time to play video games either. But that's fine because I've been doing more activities outside, so I think that's a completely fair game there. Okay, got a new little chunk that I thought we could use for this bit of the leg, maybe. Okay, maybe a little less. Or, hold on, I'll just keep it below this one. There we go. I touched grass and it got into his brain and now he's making grass art. Too deep into the grass. Cannot be saved anymore. Okay, thinking of what to use for this bit of the leg. Trying to get the human shape first, since that's the most important thing that we want people to see. The rest is sort of gonna be background to it, and it's gonna be a little bit more separated. So, as long as we can get the human shape, I will be happy. No, I haven't used this one. The big boy. Okay, the leaves need to be smaller. Right about this size seems good. I think, at least for the ones in the middle. What if we take a little chunk here for the legs? Will that work? Mayhaps, mayhaps. Also, this would be good for the head. Yeah, let me try a couple different cuts. This one. First of all, we're gonna hit select subject because that's probably gonna select this bit pretty well. And select subject is a bit more powerful than selecting things manually. Then we're gonna cut it down to this size. So you even got the little sky bits. That's pretty good. Not all of them, but enough to make our job a little easier. We got those tiny little vines in here as well. I don't know if those will be easy to keep. It's definitely not detecting them. Oh, but this is good, doing a pretty okay job at cleaning up the background, so we'll still use it. Due to some chlorophyll mutation, the plants will transmit the virus through the light of the screens and infect you. Yeah, that was the goal all along. It's too late for y'all. You will now be compelled to touch grass or die. Okay, I think this works pretty well for that. Let's do a few other cuts of this, because it will probably make for other good bits of the body. And yeah, let's start with this chunk here. Let's see how well Photoshop helps us select it. Doomed to touch grass. Oh, Stephanie, I guess we recently used some cool parchment textures that you sent me. I can't show you yet, but they're going to be in a book, so I'll let you know when they're out. Because they needed like a medieval illustration. Oh, getting the coughs again. Damn cold. Save me, Bean. Save me. It's always the cold when I when I get to stream. Oh, I flipped it the wrong way. There we go. So this one might work for the top of the leg here. Kind of hard to tell the leg shape.
Time I see cat sleeping with all their paws together. The lizard brain in me is always like pick them up like purse and carry around.
Right? I should do this. Grabbed you. Release me. Unhand me at once, you fiend. Sorry. Sorry about that. I had to do it. I had to do it, you know? It's imperative. Oh, he's awake now. He's awake and cuddly. Ooh, good yawn.
What have you done? I have inspired the inner goblin. Call to the rest of you, too. Do one goblin sing before bed today.
Exactly. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. It's been a long time since I last saved. Hi, Bean. No. Good shake. Hello, Bean. Hello. Look at he. Ooh. Itchy. Good bean footage. I mean, having the camera just separated like this is gonna get us some bean footage. Prime bean footage, because I can just put it right next to bean. It doesn't reach super far to the right, like I can only get it up to here, up to the bed. Because the computer's that way. All right. Let's see, where were we? Oh, I just moved this up here. Oh yeah, because I wanted to see sort of the shape of the legs that we gotta achieve. We don't need to be perfect with it, but I want to keep the right proportions. We could have the nose pop in. No, but they need to be fully covered, because it needs to be believable that they got suffocated by the plant. Oh, back to bed, Bean? So soon? Are you working? He's working. You can buy desk extensions. Oh, you know the good thing about this desk? It does come with an extension. So, how can I show you this? Hold on. Let me get the other bean cam. Other bean cam, please. Got this turn on here. Okay. Hi. Good angle. You can see the desk. Just normal desk. And then it has return. So, you know, you get the space of a normal desk, but then it has like this whole bit to the side. That's sort of extra. That I don't really need, right? Because my whole... This desk is bigger than the one I had back in the other place. This is the one I studied 7 years of medicine on. It used to be full of books and bullshit. Also, my computer is... sometimes it was here, sometimes it was in the room behind. Just kind of a shared living room. And we had, like, my sister and I had our computers there. But yeah, big desk. And why does bean cam toggle not work? Anyway, there it is. There's a bean. But yeah, the good thing about having this big desk right now is I can have my whole computer, like 3 screens. Everything else. Also, I'm like under a window. this is under the roof. And like all the space I need pretty much. I still have a bed for the cat. Because on the other place in the Canary Islands, the space was a lot tighter on the desk. So I still had been on the desk, but it was... I paid the price, which was having a lot less space. And I ended up getting an extra little... just a little piece of furniture with some... that just gave me a little extra desk space, because otherwise it was really tight. Don't make your ass on camera, Bean. Nasty. Yeah, Bean is so happy to have this bed. I think I mentioned it, but I just got this bed today for him. As I was coming back from the barber, it's right next to a bed store. So I just got him a bed, and still has some of the tag that I've just been filling with it. Anyway, just got this bed for him today, and he was sleeping here, but his quote unquote bed up till now was like a folded up blanket, but it didn't have the edge. It didn't have this, right? So he was still comfy, but he couldn't do the sideways biscuits that he loves to do. He loves to do in his old bed. So now he can finally do them again, and he seems so happy about it. He's been doing them all the time. Just little bean probably feels more secure. It could be part of it too. I think he's really happy with the bed. It also has a reversible cushion. Hold on. Can I Bean? Do you mind if I show people the reversible thing? Because it has a cute design on it. Bean. Can you get up for a sec? Moving his ass. You can see the anti-parasite thing he got in his neck yesterday. He's refusing to. I will show you when he gets up. I'll show you from under him, but I don't think the camera will pick it up now. I'll show you later. Good Bean. The autism creature replaced the stem. Okay, let me get a few more vines, and I'll do it this way, because it just it will just get us a bit of a cleaner edge. I'm not seeing where I'm selecting even. I'm just kind of winging it. These vines feel a little too big compared to the others. I'm just gonna squeeze them. It's a little better, I think. Do not vex the creature. I always vex the creature. It's his payments. He being vexed is his way to pay rent. Belly up. Oh baby. He's loving it. He's purring very hard right now. Epic Dog, how you doing? Oh, oh, oh. He's just hanging off now. Hanging off the edge. I can show people your cushion. Hold on. Come up here. Yeah. Look at this, look at this, look at this. You can pick this up. Oop. Turn it around. It has a silly pattern on the other way, on the other side. You can have it either way. I do like this one though, because it makes it feel like he's sleeping on a cloud. Little sheep, yeah. Sheeps and clouds. I guess that was the intention, to make it look like a big cloud. Chat, what do you prefer? Which side should we keep now? Because I think this one will get dirty really fast. This one is also fluffier. You can see the texture. Oh, sorry. You get sheep? Okay, let's do sheep. Looks like a kid's bedroom in the best way. Oh, I bet he's gonna make so much of this though. By making his classic sideways biscuits. It's fine, it's fine. It'll go to the corners here, and as you can take this out, it's pretty easy to clean. The bean is spoiled. Yeah, he is. This is one of his toys. And vexing the creature. It's a pen, really. This is a pen from Omega Mart. But Bean really likes it because it has a little claw, and he gets to attack it. Attack. Wish you had Photoshop, but it costs big money. Not necessarily, if you know what I mean. Also, there's Affinity. Affinity is free now. And it's Photoshop's competition. It has pretty much everything you need. I'll be testing out the new Affinity. So, the new Affinity is... Oh, goodbye, Bean. Not now. So the new Affinity is... Let's just start a new document here so I can show you. It's Photoshop and Illustrator and InDesign on the same thing. Like, you just switch like workspaces. The pixel workspace is just Photoshop. And I would have to make this look a bit nicer for myself, but it's basically Photoshop. It has most of the same tools. Some things are a little bit different. So if you're used to Photoshop, there's some things you'll probably have to relearn, but not a ton. It's made so it's pretty frictionless for people coming from Adobe. There's Bean again. And you can just switch to Vector Studio, which is just Illustrator. It has most of the Illustrator tools, at least the main ones. I'm not super familiar with Illustrator because I don't use it much. But I just use it to make a logo recently, for example. So it's pretty powerful in that regard. And this is completely free. As they will eventually enshittify it because they always do, right? But now, pretty good deal. I will close Affinity so it doesn't hog resources. I don't know if it will. It's an empty document, but I will close it. Anyway, yeah, right now, to someone who hasn't learned Photoshop yet, I would recommend just going in and learning Affinity directly so you don't depend on Adobe. I will eventually, I'll try making an edit on Affinity on stream and just see, like, I'll definitely be more awkward on there because I have to relearn a lot of things, but it has some things that Photoshop should have. For example, you see how each of these layers has a layer mask that just tells you, like in this layer, it just shows up here, right? It just tells you like which part of the layer to show. You can't have multiple layer masks on a single layer on Photoshop. You need to put the layer in a group and then give the group a layer mask. And that's the only way to give two separate, like individually editable layer masks on Photoshop, or you do it with vectors, so it is awkward as well. So the only like realistic way or regular way of doing it is by putting it in a group, which just makes everything very cluttered, and it's just not a clean way of doing it. It's sort of a hacky way of doing it, right? It's what I've been used to for years, but on Affinity, you can have as many layer masks on a single layer as you want. It just makes sense, right? It's just like under the layer. It just pops up under the layer. You can edit them. On Affinity, you can have layers that create filters. So if I want to add a Gaussian blur to this photo on Photoshop, I have to first take every single bit of the photo. That popped up way too late. GIMP, they released a plugin that makes it look just like Photoshop. I haven't seen that plugin. GIMP is really finicky for me. It's really awkward. It has a syndrome of like bad open source projects where it's just like not really well directed. So like it's just full of clutter, and every person who's contributed to it has made their own little like part of the program that works differently from the rest. And that's like insane to learn through. Would not recommend GIMP. Oh, also Alien, I miss you going. Have a good night. Or have a good shower. You're also mobile, so you need a laptop. Yeah, definitely like at least a laptop to edit. Some people edit things on tablet, but the iPad photo editing programs aren't that good. And also, if you want to do like really complex, like high layer sort of things, you need something decently powerful. Like a laptop would be fine. It would just probably limit like how big you can make your documents. You can work on bit smaller pixel sizes and still do like perfectly good work. I just work on like insane sizes. My pictures are usually 6,000 pixels on the larger side, which is just, I like working on bigger sizes. It gives you, even though at the end you're gonna blur it, it gives you a lot of freedom. Makes editing easier in my opinion. But yeah, that is depending on the hardware, obviously. What I was saying is that Affinity has a blur layer, and instead of having like to individually add a blur to all of these layers, or having to combine all the layers into one solid layer that you can't edit anymore, and then adding a blur to that, you just have a layer that, like this hue saturation layer, it just works with everything that's below it. In Affinity, you have a layer like that with a Gaussian blur, and you can have a Gaussian blur that just affects everything below it on the layers. And it just makes so much sense, right? It's like, where are you, Photoshop? Why haven't you done this like 10 years ago? Anyway, yeah, they have things that feel like no-brainers, honestly. And it just makes you think, like, what is Adobe even doing? So yeah, I'm a big fan of competition. I think it's great that Adobe has a good competition now, and that they put it out for free just to fuck with Adobe, and they must be scared right now. I'm just here on the sidelines. I'm watching them fight, and I'm enjoying every second of it. And hopefully at the end, we'll get a good, well, at least one good program, maybe even two good programs. I won't glaze Affinity too much, by the way. Affinity has a lot of the good things I mentioned. It also got bought by Canva, which wants to be like Adobe's competitor, and they want to be as shitty as Adobe is. They just haven't got haven't had the time to, or the opportunity to. And they also want to put AI everywhere because everybody wants to do that. So they made the Affinity people put like a little Canva AI thing in there, and it's like, it's still the same team at Canva, right? They just got owned, like they're just owned by a different, like a bigger company that sucks. So I'm still hopeful for the people like working on it, because they have good people working on it. They have good ideas. But eventually it's gonna enshittify like they all do. Yeah, filter layers are like a game changer. I feel like it's such a simple thing. It's a no-brainer, but it's like, of course this exists. Of course it should exist. Should always. You get a good laptop, you're gonna get Affinity. Thinking of like parasitic flesh-eating cicada. That sounds great. You definitely should do that. Okay, this is actually pretty good. I'm repeating the same layer twice, which is kind of cheaty, but Lego Duckman, thank you for the follow. And honestly, I'll say it again, even if I'm annoying with it. I'm glad to see that even though I haven't streamed in a long time, people are still willing to show up, and we got new people showing up. It's always encouraging because you know, we live in this algorithm dominated internet landscape where if you're not like continuously active, you get highly punished. And so yeah, having that proven wrong is always encouraging. You miss these streams? I miss streaming too. I was like, you know, obviously really busy moving and everything, but also like, you know, wanting to figure out, you know, moving to a new area, planning out more activities, reconnecting with friends, etc. I was like, I need to figure out my personal life before I dedicate like a good chunk of my week to personal work. Are you kidding with your ride or dies? I appreciate that, Rose. Where was I? I already talked about it at length at the start of the stream, so I'm not going to repeat myself too much. But in really really briefly, I got broken up with. I moved away from the Canary Islands. I got, so, you know, moving to a very far away place, really. Yeah, moved back to Asturias. That's where I grew up with. I'm at my childhood home right now, and yeah, all of that, figuring out new stuff. I've started ceramics, which has been a lot of fun. I've started fencing. That's also been a lot of fun. Yeah, spent time with friends, family. My sister was here during January, which was great. My sister lives in Estonia, right? Normally, she's actually here this week. She happened to be traveling for work, so she could be here this week. And I'm actually traveling with her tomorrow, leaving until Monday. We're going to England because we got free flights, and yeah, that's a very short, the very short of it. combat and our little crafts. Exactly. Love the idea of fencing. It's a lot of fun. It's a kind of sport that I would say is not really entertaining to watch if you're not like really into it, because it goes by so fast. Like if you see it on TV, you barely even see the tips of the swords, right? Because it just moves very fucking fast. It's very fun to do though. Because yeah, you need to learn a lot of like moves and then like execute all of it and think really fucking fast before your enemy hits you. So yeah, quite fun. Like, oh, I got trinkets to show you. Should I do? Okay. Here's the thing. What time is it? It's 2:36. Yeah. You know what? I'll do a quick little break so I can go to the bathroom, and I'll bring back a couple of the things I did, not in ceramics, but in air dry clay, because I've been practicing a little bit with that outside of classes. And yeah, just bring you a couple trinkets to show you some of the things I've been doing. So yeah, I'll be back in like 3 or so minutes. Actually, I'll put in some water too. Yeah, about 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, be back real soon, and then trinkets. You'll like them. Be right back. And I'm back. Was I out for too long? Hopefully not. Okay. Oh, I got trinkets for you. Let me see if anything was said in chat. Are you going off to walk Winnie? Damn. Miss Bexel. Okay, so I made trinkets. I made little things. After going to my first ceramics class, I was like, oh, that's a lot of fun. So I bought some modeling clay. You know, it's like clay that dries out in the air. So you can just like make it over some base, like armature or structure, and then just like let it dry. And I made a weevil. It's the first thing I made. A wee little weevil. Legs bent in, because obviously you can't do super thin things. There's wire to make the whiskers. This one I made. It's a little bit stained because I used some metal stuff that rusted a little bit, but you can see the rusting. This is an ant that is infected with cordyceps. The idea is to put a little twig that's like attached to a twig. That acts as a little base. But yeah, making little bugs. Then I made... You post that one already? I haven't really posted any. Maybe. I did post a couple to like Instagram stories, I think. That might be the extent of it. Boog. Talking about bugs. Moth. This was the most complex one. It's the second to last one I did. Obviously, again, the legs, a little bit finicky, but they dried out pretty nicely. The thing I was most worried about, and this has metal wire inside as an armature, but it only goes sort of to the middle, because I didn't cut it like super correctly. It was the same wire as the wings. The wings are pretty thick, so they're actually really sturdy. This I wasn't so sure about, the antenna, but they actually held up pretty well. And then I figured out how to do hairy texture by using little bits of clay and slip, which is sort of like clay mixed with water. Slip is a really bad name. In Spanish, in Spanish is a lot better. We call it barbotina, a lot cooler. Slip sounds, it's just the worst word. Barbotina is so good. Anyway, use the bits of slip and stuff to kind of give it a fluffy texture. I'm pretty happy with this one. I have yet to paint all of these. I haven't had a lot of time to do figurines the past couple of weeks. I do have a few more I want to make because I've been asking friends and people I know, like, hey, take me on animal, and I just give you a figurine. So these are all to give away. And so yeah, I'll eventually give all these away, but I need to paint them first. What moth is it based on? Not specifically. We call it what? Barbotina. It's a liquid, it's just water mixed with clay, but it's really useful to make textures or fix in little gaps, and this tends to crack a little bit when drying if you let it dry too quickly. So it's great to like fill in the cracks. Yeah, I tried for this to be really, really smooth. It's not perfectly smooth, but it came out pretty alright on the wings. It's definitely not going to be visible when I paint. Then, this is a really quick one I made. I figured, hey, I can make things like pretty much instantly, like in a few, like obviously instantly as in it'll take me work, but I can make things on the fly, would be a better expression, to use in edits. Because let's say I need something that sort of has a stone texture to it, more likely. Let's say a statue. and I need to, I can't find really good statues to work from or something. I need something really specific. I could just make a quick little model out of air dry clay, and that's straight up what I did. This is a screaming little statue, and it looks kind of weird because it doesn't have a body. It's just a blob in the back. I use this in an edit. This is going in a commission. In the same book where I use the parchment that I mentioned before, it's also going to have a statue, and you will see this face on the statue. It's been edited with photo elements on top and stuff, but it served as base. It was actually quite useful because I couldn't quite figure out the shape with like pre-existing statues, so I just made it myself. So yeah, maybe situational sort of skill where, I need something to look like stone or statue or something like that, and I can recreate it in air dry clay. So like I couldn't use this for today's edit. I can't make vines out of it. It would take millions of hours. Well, I can just use a picture. But in some specific cases, might be just a thing. It would be a fun one to figure out, like, okay, let's make a story about a cursed amulet or a cursed statue or anything like that. And like on the fly, on stream, make a little figure out of clay, which maybe takes like 1 or 2 hours. I don't know, depends on the complexity of the thing. Let it dry a little bit, take a photo, and just like put it on Photoshop and use that. I think that would be a lot of fun. Yeah, 3D sculpting doesn't make the cut. You just resort to actual sculpting. I think this might actually, because okay, 3D sculpting gives you different textures and stuff, but 3D renders look a lot like 3D renders. They have a 3D render quality to them that makes them obviously 3D renders. It's really hard to make those look fully realistic in a photo. They'll always sort of have that quality of 3D renders. This is a physical thing though. This exists in the world. You can take a photo of it, you can use it like any other photo and get a really realistic result. Obviously it's limited in the textures and stuff you can get. You'll get things that look like, stone, mud, clay, any kind of statue, etc. Use it for like organic, tiny, metallic things. But in the cases where you can use it, probably better than 3D printing, than 3D sculpting, I would say. I don't know. I have used both now. And yeah. I would say it's a lot harder to make a 3D elements and a lot more time consuming to get the 3D element ready to look correct in a photo than this sort of thing. This has the imperfections of like a human making it. So that's something that's really hard to replicate in 3D software. Anyway, the other one I made is a Spinosaurus, because a new Spinosaurus dropped. If you didn't see, Spinosaurus mirabilis, it has a unicorn horn. Really cool new dinosaur. When I saw that in the news, I was like, what animal should I sculpt next? Spino. Obviously. Has to be a Spino. Kind of went for cuter proportions here. The legs are kind of like a kitty loafing, which I thought would be funny. And, this is sort of rounder proportions. I think it came out fairly cute. So those are my figurines. And I also received some figurines. We're talking...
Not a book.
Not the book. I've received some figurines from my friend Now Shark, which I've been doing so much work with in the past few months, a year or so, right? Look at this. Look at this. I got it 3D printed. Look at the signatures in the back. It says Siren, and it has both of our signatures. Actually, I designed a signature for now. They've been using it now, and that's fine. And look at that, isn't it beautiful? So it's a perfect segue because we were just talking about how like 3D software versus actual sculpting, like the differences. Obviously, you can't get this level of detail while sculpting. So that is a job that was perfect for 3D renders. Also, you can get like a shiny coat on it, like a shiny texture that makes it look wet, like it's coming out of the water. And obviously, we did use that on quite a few pictures. Because now gave us this 3D model. Now then went on to get it ready for print with a little base, or like half a base, because it's got up there, with some water splashing around, and showcased it at a convention for like miniature makers and model makers like him, and yeah, apparently had quite a success there, which is great. And then sent me one of them. Sent me one of the prints, which is really cool to have. And it's definitely going to be behind me on streams. This is kind of a temporary feeling setup, right? I don't have a lot of space for things, but I will cherish this. This will. I will also have to paint this, or my sister probably. My sister will probably paint this one. She's been painting minis, like Warhammer minis, for a few years, so she has the experience needed to get something like this properly painted. She also has materials, so whenever she comes back from Estonia, we'll get that printed. We also got this. Who recognizes this? This is the Oka, or the little unnamed red yokai from Japanese yokai books. This is a funny one. I don't remember, because it sort of pops up in a lot of drawings, but nobody knows its real name or the story behind it. It has a few names, but my favorite one was Oka. This is kind of cute. And it is this thing with a single eye. You can see the eye. Obviously, it's unpainted, but it's going to have like a little pupil and everything. A thing with a single eye and two legs. That is like red and bulbous, which I interpreted as being the backside of a frog. And then, now, went on to 3D model it in such good detail too. Oh, there we go. Focus, focus, focus. Focus, camera. There we go. Just got it modeled in great detail. Really love how he interpreted the face too. It's so cute. Look at this thing. Focus is so bad. This lens. Okay, this is better. Yeah. Got it interpreted and then sent me a couple of prints. One of them my sister's taken, so she can paint it. I'll probably paint this other one. So now we can have one painted by a pro, one painted by a noob like me. And also, you know how fortuitous it is? Fits perfectly inside the siren's mouth. So yeah, that was a great little gift to receive. I'm so happy about these. Now is so incredibly talented. I am always in awe. Okay, let me put all my figurines in the back there so we don't get them broken. Be careful with them, okay? And yeah, I still have a good chunk of modeling clay. Obviously, I can just go get more. It's not very expensive. I've also like been told about polymer clay and like monster clay. This is a brand of it. Where it's more plastic clay. It's like epoxy, right? It'll just like, it's two parts that you mix together and you get like some working time as it polymerizes. It kind of works like clay. You can sculpt it and makes for some pretty cool results. I've seen people use it to make some really cool stuff. It's more expensive though. So as I'm practicing and just getting to learn this sort of thing, I like the air dry clay. It's really simple to use. It's not very like nasty to use. Like it doesn't, it'll get on your hands, but then you just like wash it out with water really easily. Or if it gets in your clothes, you just wash it out easily. Oh, chat is disconnected. Did I go out for a minute there? Or did just chat just disconnect on my end? Oh yeah, I missed all of your messages. I'm reading them now. I just saw it on the browser tab. Let me catch up with your messages because I wasn't seeing them on my OBS. Opinions on the Madagascar giraffe weevil. One of the top weevils for sure, for sure. My favorite is the acorn weevil. But yeah. Oh, you didn't get to see the siren, Sora? Maybe pop it on screen again. Oh, focus. There we go. Look at that detail. Look at the water even, like, it's so good. And the human face on top. Focus. There we go. It's so cool. And also, yeah. Perfect fits. Val Roblox game. I've never ever played Roblox. Yeah, people just make games for it, right? Like it's just a collection of games people made. That's as much as I know about it. But yeah, you got to see the trinkets now. Game dev engine, yeah, makes sense. I also took the time I was to get some milk. Not with honey because I didn't heat it up, but since my throat has been really raspy and getting coughs and everything, I brought it here as an antidote for that. Deep sense of pride in seeing you receive art of your art, right? It's so good. It's like, oh yeah, I thought this up. Like this came from my brain, and then like an incredibly talented artist took the time to like realize that in 3D, print it, and then send it to you. That's incredible, honestly. As always, huge shout outs to Now. Okay, so we have this human shape now. And I think like you see this on a bed. And it's probably pretty readable as a human shape, right? Let me know. I definitely still need to like play around with it a little bit. I think what might need to do is this sort of shape for the shoulder. And if it still doesn't read, we have a hand popping up here in between the vines. So we see like an actual physical hand popping up. That is our... I'm actually not going to use that. There we go. We lose a bit of arse there, but I don't think we need this chunk. Paid in company script. Oh. Okay, let's see what I can use for shoulder here. Because I could just like draw it with shadows on here, but it's gonna look a lot better if I use actual vines and their physical textures. Maybe this little chunk here, which I already used twice, is my problem. It's this bit here. It's this bit here. It's kind of an issue. I mean, I'm gonna try it, and if it doesn't work, I'll just hide like one of the copies with some other texture on top. Okay, let's see. Get a little bit more here. Could be legs sticking out. I think a hand sort of like doing this little claw hand, like sort of like they die trying to like struggle and get out a little bit, is, I think that's worth it. That's a bit more impactful, right? Oh shit. Hold on. I just noticed 2 point reward requests that I missed 3 and 4 hours ago from Toad King and Barranco. I don't think they're here anymore, right? It was a self-promotion thing, and it teach me a word in Spanish. I'll refund their points because they're probably gone, but I'll still do the I've already promoted enough, but I'll do the word in Spanish. Apart from Barbodina. It's good, it's good. A good clay word. Oh, clay. Clay is better in Spanish as well, I believe. Clay is either arcilla or, more frequently, barro, which is the exact same word as mud. So, you know, in Spanish, we don't use clay, we use mud. Let's see. Let's give it a bit more of a shoulder shape. Need to remove this shadow here. That should be decently easy. Just need to find sort of a matching area. do that. I guess I should keep the shoulder going up to here. Let me try that. Yeah, Greta for clay. Never heard that one. Latin Greta. Interesting. So I guess it's just a word that was lost in Spain Spanish. That's always an interesting phenomenon when a word is like lost in the original dialect but kept in others. Good example that I always find funny is gringo. The word gringo comes from, I think, southern Spain, and they use it as a general word for stranger, and it's believed to be like it's believed to come from the word griego, which means Greek, because they would probably like do a lot of commerce with like Greeks, and if they heard something that sounded like Spanish but wasn't, they would call it Greek. And that eventually mutated into gringo. And then that word was lost in Spain Spanish, but kept in Latin American Spanish. It's very interesting. There's a mosquito that's getting close to me. Can I hit it? Oh, shit. I was too fast. I moved too fast. I will get you one of these days. But yeah, gringo is always funny to me as an example. Okay, so we got, let's call it human shape. We can add our layers and filters and everything on top. Trying to emphasize the shapes. Also, the light is coming from the back, so we got to make that real clear. Let's get this out of the way for now. Ooh, we're missing a chunk. Okay. We're missing a chunk of ass. Fuck. That's fine. We can probably use this for now. We'll just need to change the hue. So far, chat, would you say this looks like sort of a human shape in fetal position? Would that be your first guess? Obviously, your minds are poisoned by the fact that it is supposed to be that. But imagining you didn't know this, would you say so? Suzo, how are you doing? Long time no catch live. Long time no stream from me. That's entirely my own fault, Suzo. I haven't streamed since November. Sometime in November. Been on a little hiatus. You could just got here and there was your first thought. You're not poisoned? Ha! Nice. Hey, Muli. I'm glad this reads like, even now, without anything else, if it reads like a human shape, then It means we've done our job. Obviously now it's disconnected from any other vine. This is the base we used. And we still got space to put, because it's perfectly realistic to have like a hand popping out from here. So I think we might do that. I'm still not sure. We'll think about it. Okay, let's get a desaturated version of this green for the dark bits. It's the dark bits, or actually, I should just get a hue saturation layer. Desaturate that and only apply it to the underlying dark colors, and that gives us something a bit better to work with. Missed the piece your stream, my streams brought to you evening. I'm glad they did bring peace. Don't worry, Sarah. Now that you're my official translator, I will completely remove that piece by annoying you to no end about it. It's true that humans love to look at a thing that isn't a person and see a person. That is a correct statement. Trying to do an art trade. Your phone will die soon. Oh no. Hope you get to complete it. Okay, so now we have to make it so that the vines come from the window, so to sneak in through the side and attack the person. And obviously we have to make this look like an indiscriminate attack. It's not specifically targeting the person just happened to be there. So that means we will have to do... I'll have to cover a lot of the bed. This is actually a pretty good base to cover some of the bed. Cover a lot of the bed, sort of around the person. And at the ends have like the little end bits of the vine kind of sort of still extending. You got this, Muli. I believe in you. Okay, so we're gonna have several of these. I want them to keep the shape of the of just the bed in general and all the elements on it. I could use some of this as well. Oh, I keep seeing myself on the stream preview on the left. Hold on. There we go. I had like my own video feed on because I was looking at the chat there before. I was just like a few seconds behind, so I kept like looking back at it. Okay, let's get this to go over the pillow maybe. Oh, this bit is a bit blurry, isn't it? Let me catch this area. some milk from my throat.
I will be stopping my lerk to go evle devle. Good
Hmm.
son estuvo all gridigose.
Good times then to you as well, Welsh. It's great to see you again. Okay, let me figure out the exact shape that the big chunk of vine should have. Because I do like that it sort of ends here, because it can give us, like, we can put a hand kind of popping through and still have that be uncovered. So let's just figure out the shape of things. I think, you know, we have it through the window here like a big mass, perhaps. And then it pops through here. So that way it's coming from this side and not this one, which makes it, you know, makes sense with this and this bit being uncovered, not discovered. So we get this like maybe advancing this way. And then like little tendrils of it coming through this part of the room, eating through the plants that are already there, and maybe something like this. And then obviously we add little flowers to it. That'll be our nice little finishing touch. And obviously it has to adapt to the things that are already there. I don't care about the night light here. That's going to be entirely eaten. Yeah, I think a little bit of a claw-looking hand poking out a bit would be ideal. Just to really clarify, like, yeah, that's a person. In case anybody has any leftover doubts. Yeah, and then at each of the ends, there should be these little, you know, vine bits that are just like poking around, exploring like they do. You know, that sort of thing. I think that's the plan. And yeah, I do want it to cover a good chunk of this wall, because otherwise all the action is sort of focused here. And this gives us nicer, like if we fill this in, it's a bit of a nicer just general composition. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm gonna keep using bits from this same area because it just has a little bit everything. It has good shapes. We've used this. We've used this. Let's see about this for like the bit that leaves the window. Skip this song too. It's been going on too long. We vinelets. Exactly. Also, I generally got to try to be more careful with anything that's behind the body, because I still want the body shape to be really clear here. So anything that detracts from that, we're going to try to avoid. Also, okay, we got the all the plants here. Let's see, what's the best way of selecting them? Probably channel selection with red. So what we're gonna do here is try to get a perfect contrast in between the plants and the wall behind them, which might be a little tough, honestly. But let's get it to this level and then do, where's my dodge and burn here? So using dodge, I'm gonna uncover the wall. Try to exaggerate the contrast in between the leaves and the wall. Using burn. Gonna get these. Still not enough, is it? So there are things we will need to select. This whole bit should be perfectly black. Because we're going to invert this later, but you know, black is going to be the area where we don't want the vines to go. The area we want to be above the vines.
I miss Ubin. En Val, Iges.
Thank you, Cass. Really appreciate it. I miss you too. Hope you're doing good. Ooh, going at this manually. I managed. A lot of stuff going on in this here layer. Okay, I'm going at it with other selections. So this ends up being a bit of a hybrid of selecting using levels and channels, and other like more standard methods of selection. But hopefully it'll get us a good results. Oop, like this. Not correct. Try it again. Try it again. There we go. So I guess it's running this selection thing over the channel rather than the layer, which is interesting because it's sort of messing up in new and interesting ways. It's doing an okay job though. Like we've reduced the overall level of complexity here, so I think the tool's just working on something simpler, which might be for the best. Adopted some IKEA aliens? What does an IKEA alien look like? this whole bit of plants. Yes, 23 months. So close to the big 24. So close to the 2 years. Thank you for that. Yeah, honestly, thank you to everybody renewing their Prime subs and their regular subs. After me having been gone for so long, that is a vote of confidence that I appreciate. Oop, the other way. There we go. They got aliens at IKEA? I miss the crawlers. Well, that's a cute alien. I like that. Okay, let's do that for now, because I might not go into this corner, so it might be redundant to do that twice, you know? Okay, so we turn this into a selection. Save that for later, because we might edit things. And what we will do is, oh, I didn't want to apply all of it. Hold on. Let's apply. Oh no, we're human shape. No. Anything below it. This group. Just call it under. Oh, see you, Amanita. Good to have you here. And welcome back, Bill. Okay, so we're gonna do this and then just apply it to these chunks. Because that's a part that matters to us right now. Oop, all the way. There we go. So now anything we put let's say here, right? It'll just go under. This was hard to make. I'm glad it worked. Okay, so where were we? We're making this bit. It goes perfectly under the leaves. Hell yes. You know, it'll still be in darkness, but this whole bit on this wall will be pretty dark, and it'll probably combine in some weird ways with these. I don't mind too much though. What I guess might be important is to distinguish the vines from some of the potted plants a little bit. Because otherwise people might think, like, instead of coming from the outside, the vines are coming from a potted plant in the house. I mean, it would fit into that legend I used to believe in, that potted plants would suffocate you in your sleep. So it wouldn't be a terrible misinterpretation. Will be quite funny. But still, I'd like to make it fairly clear at least. It's nice knowing that movies are still traumatizing kids at a young age. Very important formative experiences. Too many like me. Okay, which kudzu should I use for the wall? It needs to be fairly flat. Let's go back to the browser. Let's see what we get. Because I've mostly been looking, the ones I downloaded, I was mostly looking for the ones that, this might work, that had interesting like bumps and shapes. But for the wall itself, we're gonna need a chunk that's decently flat. So I guess we'll save a couple more. Depending on what we find. Oh, we got to the end. That's actually the end of it. Okay. I mean, we could have some little bits like these. If we manage to easily isolate these from the background, we could have those like at the end as like the end points that are still growing. So that might be useful. Not for now, for a little bit later. Look at the close up. Is that how it attaches to things? That's interesting. Yeah, it would be nice to see one like mid-growth. Where it still hasn't fully covered something. Might be hard though. This one's really small. Because these fuckers grow so fast. In real life. How I use this one? Not sure actually. I think no. Oh, mosquito. Don't land on me. Welcome back from dog walk, Mechtel. I missed you going out. It was right when I got up. I'm glad just taking pleasure in the snow. Favorite cryptid? Well, my answer back then would probably been, I don't like choosing favorites. And that's still my answer. It's pretty much impossible for me to choose favorites. I like most of them. Do you guys see that? Apparently some new footage came out. The documentary's still not out to the public, but it has convinced some really big Bigfoot supporters or believers, I guess. Apparently the new footage shows definitively that the classic Patterson-Gimlin film is fake because they showed a rehearsal. Patterson, Gimlin. This film here, the classic Bigfoot with big boobs, the one, is now 100% like definitively confirmed, even to the most loyal of believers, to have been a hoax. So yeah, I can't wait to see that actual footage when the documentary comes out. Hopefully it does. It's only been shown on in like South by Southwest or something like that. I don't think they have a distributor yet. Is that Hollow Knight OST in the background? This one's from Super Mario Galaxy, which was the one we just listened to. Recently played. Yeah, that was Resting Grounds just before. That was Hollow Knight, yeah. Bigfoot support group. Bigfoot's still real in your heart. Hoping the rehearsal footage is the hoax itself. I think that's like putting too many, or you know, too many hopes in a situation that's probably pretty clear cut. I don't know. I hadn't seen the documentary obviously, but I've heard some guy on YouTube that saw it that's like a huge Bigfoot believer who was like, yeah, it's fake. It's like definitively confirmed. Let's see, what's next? The moon landing? Bigfoot truthers. Bigfoot truthers are in complete disarray literally right now. I think like half of them are like trying to make excuses for why it's real, and the other half is like attacking the family because Patterson, the guy who made it, one of the guys who made it is dead. And the other guy is still clinging on to it being real, right? At least for now. But yeah, half of them are like sending threats to the family members of the people who made it, and the other half are like still believing in it. And there's probably reasonable people out there, obviously, but that seems to be the the general vibe in the Bigfoot truther community. It's gonna be an annoying one to cut out. I don't even know if it'll work, so hold on. I thought this one might be good for like the corner. Then again, maybe if it is corner and then we continue it on the left, it doesn't need to be perfectly cut because it's gonna be mixed in with others. Actually, yeah, maybe I don't want it to go that high. So it has to be coming out of this side here. Chupacabro stay winning. Yeah, but a cabbie in Cambridge who believe in Bigfoot, and the entire cab rides when you hear about it. Your thoughts are with him. Oh, you must be devastated right now. Stephanie, did I tell you I'm going to Cambridge? Like tomorrow? Right as you left. Bad timing. You'll defend your right to believe in the American Forest Ape. We will stand by you when the time comes. Okay, not a lot more to use in this image, honestly. Let's keep plopping images in here. Oh, here's a wall. Oh, it's bad photo. Blurry as hell. This one might be good. It's not a super high quality photo, unfortunately. Did I get this one? I believe. I guess I thought I did. But I must have never downloaded it. This one has good shapes. Definitely could be useful. Let's plop it into Photoshop and see what it can do. Yeah, it's got a lot worse. Oh no. I need. Okay, that's about the right size. I mean, I could use these edges as like the ends of where it's growing. Might be good. It's not the highest quality photo, but it's going to be a dark bit of the image. So, it might be good. We might be good. Let's try to select it. Let's see how Photoshop does this. It's pretty blurry. That's alright. Could be worse. It's definitely gonna need some manual tweaking. Okay. We gotta do some heavy interpreting here. Because the image is messy at this size. You unironically believe there's something in Loch Ness, definitely not a plesiosaur, but still something. Can you imagine if it was like a snail? I'm not talking about giant plesiosaur size snail. Like, they're just a new species of snail, or like the most boring thing you can imagine. I think that would be a very funny resolution to the Loch Ness monster. Yeah, there's just some snails. Or like some weird algae or something. Where's the saturation not? Oh, there we go. Computer separate the green blob from the slightly different green blob. It should be able to. It should be able to. I refuse to believe they don't have the technology to separate my greens. How big can snails get? About rabbit sized. There's like a giant African snail, I think it's the name for it. That's land snails. I don't know how much like sea snails can. Okay, it gives us a better edge, but also like a dirtier edge. Oh, you know, there's probably an easy fix, which is contrast and shift. And it gets rid of a lot of it. See, it's kind of blurry, but since it's towards the back here, I think it's fine. Human eye can distinguish more shades of green than any other color. True. It sits sort of like right in between all of our cones. Kudzu seed pods look like creepy hands? Do they? I think I might have seen some in the photos earlier, yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, I mean, there are literal pea pods, yeah. I wonder what kudzu peas looks like, or tastes like. Rainbow Winnie, Rolling Snow. Oh. Also, Cora who clipped. We're missing a chunk of ass. I see you. I see you. I got Rolling Winnie. So colorful. Very cute. I love Winnie here. Okay, let's see. Can we use any other bits of this, perhaps? Maybe this, but it's still a pretty blurry part of the image. So let's see what else we can get. So we got bits of sky popping up here. Should be careful. Like that. Shows Valley Horrors. I wonder how it tastes. It's peas. It's probably just gonna taste like some kind of, how do you say legumbre? Legume? Yeah, legume. What is that, Stephanie? Oh, the monkey's paw. Oh, the original monkey's paw story. I don't think I ever read that. I only know the monkey's paw through cultural osmosis, through many references. It's interesting, like how many things we know or we know of through cultural osmosis, if you think about it. Okay, let's have this sort of continue into the edge. Which chunk should I use? This bit. You. Welcome back, Liz. I don't know what the Jeff NATO is. I'm sorry it didn't come to didn't work out. But yeah, Liz, we're making good progress on this. We got the human fully covered up. And we're now working to get the rest of the vine to cover at least a good chunk of the room. This is sort of the goal. Very roughly, right? But that's the goal, is to, you know, first of all, make it clear that it's coming from the outside and just crawling into the room from there. And so we're kind of working on this bit right now. And then just have like extensions, like little tendrils like we have here, going into different directions. And then we put flowers on top. And I think that's that. I think we're done with that. But let's see. I think we gone. Well, how long have we been live? 4.5 hours? God damn. I guess we started early. It's the risk of starting streams that early. Damn this camera. Okay. We'll see how long it takes to just plop back in there. Yeah, I'll keep going for a while. Hopefully get this on by the end of today. I don't want to go on super long because I got a trip later and I have to like pack up for it. But that shouldn't take too long because it's only going to be a few days trip. So I only need to pack up a little bit of clothing and some essentials. So yeah, I would like to finish this today though, importantly because as I mentioned before, this is going to be for an expo, a little show that we're putting together with the Illustrator Guild here that I recently joined. So I do want to put my best foot forward, and I did want to have an original piece for it instead of something pre-existing. And this was an idea I had about a year ago now that I still hadn't had time to get done, but this was a good opportunity to do so. So yeah, hopefully we get it finished today. Not a terrible deal if we don't. It'd be a shame, but not a terrible deal. Okay, well, how about we have it come out of here a little bit lower than originally sketched, but I'll just adapt the other layers to it. Oh, Marvel Rivals. I think I saw that little shark, yeah. Bunch of Jeffs. Thank you, Stephanie. It is always a pleasure to have you on these streams. Okay, let's try to have... Also have to figure out what I do with this little plant here. It's a bit annoying, so I might just get rid of it. Because it's just kind of in the middle. And having to figure out how it connects to the... It might just introduce confusion. Having to connect it to the main body of everything. I'm also going to save, because I always forget to. But hopefully it saves... No, it wants to be a PSB, and that's because I have a ton of layers underneath. Okay, that should save correctly now. Nope, not yet. Okay. Oh wait, Suzu's going? Oh, Suzu, I missed your message. Good night. I hope I didn't say it too late. Okay, I probably won't have to do the whole plants because the Kudzu mass is going to keep going behind the window. So that's probably going to reduce my workload. I don't have to clone stamp all of it. Only the bit that's in front of the window. Because that bit is always going to be on top, so... Yeah, that about does it. Okay, good. This should remove some distractions. Okay, let's get this edge done correctly, like so. And now the bit that's outside the window. Oh, first let me clean this up. And this bit is definitely not up to par. So what I might do is get some nice edge like this one. Put it here on top. Get a nicer, more convincing edge that connects that to that. It's also like a bit better lit because we do have the light coming from the window here hitting this side, but not this side. So gotta take that into account. That does work, I think. A little bit more desaturated. We do want everything like towards the back to generally be a bit darker, a bit more desaturated, because we want to draw people's eyes first to the human shape. That's the first thing we want everybody to notice, then have their eyes drift up and like sort of figure out that it's coming from the window. Those are the two things that, and I guess if I do have to give any advice, it is if you're making art, always think of people's eyes as they first see it, and always try to be clear on the couple of things you want to say. Like, what are the two things that we want to say in this piece? Like, what's the story here? Person is being suffocated by vines. That's number one. That's the first takeaway. Number two is the vines are coming from the window. So, you know, you first want the eyes to be drawn to the person. You want the person to be clear. And second, you want to guide people's eyes up into the window. Juniper, good to see you. How you doing? I'm back. Cryptids do I believe in? None. I just think they're folklore. And I think they should be able to be enjoyed as such. And I think people that believe in cryptids are part of the folklore. And I think that's just a beautiful, beautiful thing and a beautiful bit of human culture. Let's get this chunk. I think this might be a good chunk to put on the outside. Maybe like... How did I sketch it? Yeah, something like this. Okay, I have an idea. Separate it in two. Okay, so this one's going to be behind all the other ones. But it's going to be in a separate group. Get it out of this group. Get it out of this group. Does that work? Hope so. Okay. Group is going to be called Window. And it's going to be inside the bounds of the window, as the name implies. So we're making careful selection. So hopefully we don't have to remake it. Bam. Do you have a similar creeping vine to Kudzu where you're from? I mean, we do have vines, like the vine that wine comes from. You can also find it in the wild here in Europe. I don't know if that's also in other places, but yeah, it's also a wild vine. Obviously, it's a different, like it won't give you such like it won't give you like the huge beautiful fruits. It's probably like a different subspecies or something from the one that we've taken for agriculture, but you will find those sometimes decorative. People put them on their houses and stuff. But also in the wild, you'll also find, as far as introduced species, a common one is, how do you call it in English? Bougainville, probably, like Bougainvillea. It is this one that has like fake flowers. This bad boy, really beautiful plants. You'll find it in the wild sometimes. Usually it's in the gardens, but it does have a trunk if they grow big enough. But usually they first work as like creeping vines, and when they flower, they just give you these beautiful, usually purple. There's other colors. The ones you find in the north of Spain are mostly purple, like all the ones I've seen are purple. You'll find all the see they creep around like this. You'll find so many other colors. These are, I think, from somewhere in the Pacific. No, I think they might be from Brazil, or from that general area. Yeah, I don't know the name in English, but in Spanish it's Bougainvillea. So those pop up quite a lot. I guess because people have them in gardens. Sometimes they escape. They do thrive pretty well in the conditions here. So you'll see them sometimes in the mountains and stuff. And but we don't have something like Kudzu that just takes over everything. There is probably Kudzu in some places. There's definitely there is one Mexican vine that has these beautiful blue flowers. I think it might be from Mexico. I'm not 100% sure though, if it's like local or introduced, but I wish I knew the species. They have lovely flowers though, so I'm not even mad. And they're not really like the kind that smother trees like Kudzu, you know? Okay, no. How am I doing this? Okay, I copy this one twice. The first one has this. Second one's cut off here. There we go. Now it's fronting the corner. That's what I wanted to do. Again, this gives us this impression that it's coming from the outside. Just like it's already covering a lot of the outside. It's rounded the window and entered. Now we got this one on top that I wanna make these edges a bit better. Kind of cut into them a little bit because that gets us to see the window a little better. Do we have wisteria? You'll see those as decorative, but they don't grow. I haven't seen those as like invasive plants growing in the wild. It's probably not like the perfect conditions for them. You'll see them more in the Canary Islands. Like the Canary Islands are really good conditions for like most plants, especially like any kind of tropical flowering plant. So things will grow like so well there. Dangerously so because that means there's a ton of invasive species, and also like the ecosystem in an island is already really fragile just by its own nature. So it just makes it really, really fragile to invasive species. So yeah, in the Canary Islands, you had some of the most like well-known plants that you'd see around were really just introduced and or invasive, like agave. That's a South American plant. Prickly pears. That's the name, right, in English? The cacti with the big, the round pink fruits. Those are really, really tasty. That's another introduced species that you see everywhere. Okay, let's figure out how to make this look like it's outside the window. Oop, this should go here. There we go. There's definitely a lot of this. And just generally being bright. Okay, I'm also gonna have to go in and clean up the edges. Do you have something like Kudzu? We look that up. Let's see if that's a similar one to what we have here. Oh, those are blackberries. Oh, of course, blackberries are invasive in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it's something I since blackberries are so common here and native species, you don't even consider them being like a huge pest in other places. They are stingy. That is annoying about them. Killer tree, its sap is poisonous. If you touch it, its leaves you may get paralyzed. Releases toxic fumes? I haven't heard that. What's the name of it? Yeah, the thorns, when they get dry, or in general, the thorns of blackberry bushes are quite annoying. Many a child in my area has fallen into bushes of thorns when like going around in their bikes, getting bad scrapes. Okay, let me finish that up with some soft light. Okay, I think that's good enough to look like it's outside the window, right? This is a little bit of a glaze to it. Also, oh shit, there's this glass thing. Oh, what do we do about that? That is extremely annoying. Hold up. Because how do we even like put this on top of the window layers? Multiply? Maybe as like one of these. Yeah. Or I mean, it does get us the little leaves at least. Ooh, we also got this. Finding out new little bits that we gotta uncover. The Eastern Seaboard, you got fleas spreading bubonic plague. Oh my god. Rat lungworm. Ugh. The giant snails are carriers. It's all connected. It all comes back to the snails. I knew it. Okay, quite happy with this bit right now. Now, let's continue with covering things. I think right now, let's do this. Let's get this area covered. Then this whole chunk, because it's kind of like a straight cut like this, which doesn't make a lot of sense for like a spreading thing. Maybe a little bit of a spread here. And I don't know, should it go all the way to this? Not sure, because I kind of like this edge for it. Okay, let's do these 3 things for now and see how we're feeling. Alright, what time is it? 4:20. Nice. Okay, we've been live for 5 hours. It's still gonna go on for a little bit. So I guess I've been gone for so long that I don't mind doing a long stream. Especially, it's gonna be the only one this week because I'm leaving tomorrow, or technically in a few hours. Oh, have a good time, Sunrose. Okay, let's see what else we can get for nice, like, growing edges. I like this. It's gonna be a harder cut, definitely. But hopefully we'll be good. Oh, that was not a great cut. Yeah. We'll go at it. Little chunk by little chunk if needed. Till we get something that resembles what we want. Oh, why is it on geometric? Hold on. That's a fucker. Go. Oh, here's that mosquito goading again. Brown mosquito. Let me see if I can get him. Or her. More likely her. Ah! Ha! I think I got her. Definitely not in the air again anymore. She might have fallen on Bean. Okay, let's keep going with this. Oh, that's kind of just a mass. A mass and a mass. So we'll just cut this bit out because I do like this vine sort of going off on its own. It creates a nice like growing edge. And this does require a lot of manual cutting, but I'm kind of doing it a little bit roughly because I know I'll be able to go into the selected mask menu in a moment and go over it, make it look a little nicer. And we'll kind of pretend there's an edge there. Because it'll probably be good enough this way. Let's just get these little corners. And boom. Okay. Let's see, can we do anything with this? Maybe get this little stick here. Yep. This little stick here. Yep. It's pretty good at selecting very thin things, at least. I will give them that. And let's get this. Just so we continue this branch here all the way up. I don't know if we'll be able to see a lot of that, but just a quick little selection. Okay. Let us see what we can do with this. Can be hanging off the bed a little bit. Since we have these hanging vines. Let's see. I can have this go off like that. It's pretty okay. Let's see, like rotate it the other way. We do this. Oh, that's even better. I might have to cut into this bit though. Not sure. Yeah, that way it hangs off the bed a little. Organic and body shaped, exactly. I'm glad that's coming through. Growing a parasite is not a great thing. Well, speak for yourself. I love parasites. I'm kidding. It's the only thing I still hated after studying medicine and being cured of all aches. Priscilla, welcome folks. Thank you for the raid. How are y'all doing? Hazardous, another raid. Oh my god. Oh, you get 2 raids at once? Wild. Welcome, folks. Double raid. It's a rare event. How are y'all doing? How were both of your streams? What'd you do? How goes art? It's good. Let me show you what we've got so far. Let me finish selecting these messy vines, and ooh, these selections are gonna be a little bit messy, but I think we'll be able to work with that. Yeah, definitely. So we got this killer vine that if you leave your window open, it grows so fast that it might enter your home and suffocate you in your sleep. That's basically it. It doesn't want to suffocate you. It just grows so damn fast. Nature horror, exactly. So yeah, I do a lot of speculative biology, and this is one of those. I like to make up fake species to scare people, and this fits right into that collection. So I'm trying to figure out where all the vines go, because these are massive layers. And I'm thinking I probably gotta cut into this big chunk here. It feels too thick. What if I... Okay, get this out of... Get... Okay, there we go. Just had to click away. This is a messy way of doing it, but it selects out the little twigs and stuff, which is sort of what we want to keep while reducing the leaves. So I want this to be sort of the edge where you can see it's growing. And now we have to go in manually and set up because it's a big mess. Yeah, this is starting to get better. Then we'll go over the twig and sort of give it a little bit more contrast because right now it's a little faint. Reduce most of the leaves around here. Just keep those little twigs. And let me go over these shadows a little. Oh, it just gets this. Feather? Oh no, it's a global refinement. Ooh. Oh, there we go. We're just gonna need to remove the hardness from this. Oh, it's a lot better. I forgot I had that set as a really hard brush, and that's why it gave us weird straight edges. Looks like a woman laying on their left side, right elbow on their head. Her butt partially up in the air. It's supposed to be against the bed, but we're still not done with that area, so there's someone cuddling to her right. Okay, that was not intended. Are you 100% sure Kudzu can't do this IRL? Not yet. Give it enough time. Enough evolution. May very well be biding its time before striking. True. Hey Randy. I haven't streamed in forever, since November, so I'm just kind of settling back into it. Okay, I'm gonna try to avoid soft edges. Get things looking clean. Okay, that's a little better. Once we add shadows, it should look pretty good. Okay, I'm generally gonna reduce just generally darken everything around the human shape, because we don't want the vines around it to detract from that important silhouette, right? So, oh, I'm just in a normal layer. Whoops. Let me get a little soft light layer. That's a color layer. Soft light. And keep working on those shadows and lights. Because, for example, on the edge of the bed, obviously the light would be hidden, as well as here. Or like a good chunk of this. So yeah, we want the silhouettes to be really clear, even if we have to fake the lighting a little bit to achieve that. Because we don't want the human shape to be lost in the mess here. Is Bean dreaming? Little boy. Oh. Need to get this camera fixed. There we go. Don't move, camera. Just keeps pitching upwards. There we go. Okay, where is this one? Oh, he woke up. Ooh, good stretch. You used to do film photography or developing? No, never. I mean, a couple of times, but I don't even own a film camera. I'd like to someday. My sister has one, and we've taken it to a couple trips. Actually, since we're leaving tomorrow or in a few hours, she's taking the film camera, and we're gonna try to take some nice photos while out there. This looks like it would feel and taste nice. The vine? Might have a little bit of leftover human taste, but to each their own, obviously. Yeah, let's see, because I do like these hanging vines like that. Would it be too copy-pasty to repeat some of them? Let me do something real quick. Little cheat here. Oh, Eric, wait. That raid already happened, didn't it? No, wait, that's a new raid. I was getting confused. We have 3 raids so close to each other. Eric, welcome, Eric. How was your stream? Hope it went well. Okay, just adding a few more little vines so it feels like it's extending forwards. I would still like to add the human hand, that's important. And this bit here needs to be covered. A little bit more vines sort of connecting these 2 bits right there. And some more like little growing edges going this way. Maybe going up. I'm not sure about that. Cosplay photo critique stream with a friend. Sounds good. Okay, let me get a nice cut of these vines down here. Might be easier said than done. Okay, let me just get this. Come on, Photoshop. Yeah, you can do that. That you can do. Come on. The more Photoshop does, the less I have to do. The law of laziness. That was not good. Okay. Next up, let's get Photoshop to select like easy things, little leaves. Might actually be faster than having it select the whole thing and then refining that. And then we go in after. Little by little, we get the actual vine selected. We'll have to refine that, but I'd rather have a rough selection. Ooh, that was bad. We're also kind of peaking at pixels here. Like we're at the resolution limit of this image. Which, it's going to be for small details, so it's not going to super matter, but it's still going to matter. A Hun, a Visigoth, and a Vandal working into a Roman farmhouse. Okay, we're gonna have this one here. Gives us a nice little extra edge for growing. And we only used it once, so I'm allowing myself to give it a second go. Just down here. It's gonna be more mixed in with the existing ones, and we can definitely darken that so it meshes well. Okay, pretty good. Let's continue. As I was saying before I got distracted with those little vines, I'm gonna get a larger chunk. Let's see this, which should be fairly doable. Get this chunk as well. There we go. Photoshop is trying its best to not deselect the little vines in between the leaves, which I didn't mind too much, but if Photoshop insists, I will keep them. Yeah, I'm keeping this because it's a bit more of an interesting edge than just using a big chunk like this. It's a bit more greebled. A word that I do love. Hey Aspen, welcome to find that ate the South, and now it eats you. Or it doesn't really eat you. You just happen to be in the way of it growing, so you get no oxygen. After this, I'm gonna go for a while without editing any more plants. I think this will be quite enough. get a little smart radius here. Shift the edge inwards and hit OK. Yep, pretty nice. Okay, so we can have this little edge kind of connects these two in a more interesting way. Make it a little smaller. So we're already done our selection. It's pretty good. Oop, no, we need to extend that a little further still. Get these leaves lit up. All right, it's pretty good. Honestly, my bad. I'm sorry, Kudzu. I would assume the aspen tree would have been with Kudzu. Very true. Kudzu ate your grandma. Okay, let me readjust this one a little bit. Okay, we got... I think we nearly got this. What do you guys think? Would you like to see it? Would you like to see it like with more tendrils? Or just generally more overgrown? Because I feel like we can add like more vines around the body, but I feel like that would remove a lot of readability from the body lying there. It does look pretty okay though. But yeah, it does confuse the shapes. Okay, let me add maybe just a little bit right down here that I make real dark. So it's just like in the shadow. Oh, it really messed that one up. Hold on. That's a little better. Okay, this gets us a bit more of the twigs. A little bit more of a growth. Hands around the body. Yeah, it's true that it would, in the current state, makes it feel like it's specifically targeting the person, right? That is a good point. Yeah, we're as always running into the balance of readability and realism. It's always a fine balance. But yeah, let's see. I already copied this one here. the top part of this one. So let me see if this saves as a PSD. I don't think it will, but worth a try. Nope, okay. I have to simplify a lot of these layers because they are stupid complex. Okay, so yeah, I think we just extend the shape of the body just a little further. Just to make it feel like that, like it's not like gunning for the body. Art is so difficult. What do you mean you have to balance it? The design choice makes no sense. Have you considered it's fun? Very true. True words. Honestly, it's fun is a design choice. That's definitely valid. So ever feel ashamed of that? Okay, the good thing is I think we're finishing this tonight, which I'm happy about. Because I did want to send it to that expo thing I was mentioning, and the cutoff for that is Friday. So it was either I finished it now, because I'm leaving later. It's either I finished it now or I sent out some older stuff for my portfolio, which I'm still gonna do, but you know, I'd like to at least get a new one in. Okay, get me this little twig, please. No? Okay, I'll get it myself. You ingrate Photoshop. Let's see how that fits. That's a pretty nice edge. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. Okay, so that other one I did, this one here. Maybe go this way. It's really dark already, so it kind of works well with that. Let's see. You could spread it to the other side of the bed, leaving the person as a boundary of sorts while it eats the house. I mean, yeah, we already have it eating like a chunk of the room. But we could have it like spread over the side here a bit more. Definitely for that. Okay, let's get this over here on top. Getting a nice edge. And I think it still reads pretty well, so I think that was a good choice. Okay. This side over here, I think I might just be able to move this chunk now. Nope. But I do have this, which I hadn't used. Or even, wait, is this used? Okay, that is used there. But it's never used as an edge, meaning I can do that. Ooh, bad edge here. Is that it? Oh, weird. Oh, it might be something with God, so many layers. Going crazy. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it was a layer mask. That was confusing me. Yeah, man, Kudzu 9 copy 16. This is getting a little crazy. It's actually an anime body pillow. Oh, great body pillow idea. Smothered human. New merch alert. Get a body pillow with a person encased in leaves. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do, sort of it extending off to the side. We don't even see where it goes. But it's just implied to keep going, you know? Does that make sense? I think that's a little better, right? A little bit more of a groan. I think to a point where I'm happy with it. Meaning, I'm going to simplify a lot of this. All the ones that are called Kudzu 9. I'm going to, whoops, messed up. Okay. All the ones called Kudzu 9 here, I'm just going to cut. I used Kudzu 9 so many times. Okay. This simplified it a lot. A textured pillow. Okay, let's go over everything just a little bit to get the lighting correct. So the things that are coming through the window, anything that's in front of the window, or really close to it. We do have a diffuse light. Honestly, kind of an insane layer setup here. Way too many layers, but... Why is that not painting? Oh, I'm on the wrong... I'm on painting on the human shape. Hold on. Oh yeah, I should also simplify these. Kudzu 6... 6, 10, 6, 6. Okay. There we go. So the light is hitting, just checking the original photo. Everything on the bed itself should be really well lit, but we are cheating the light a little bit, so we're able to get a really clear silhouette on here. So we're going to make it so that, you know, this whole bit is a bit more in shadow than it should be, and we're just gonna I'm just gonna trick the light a little. That's fine. That also means I'll probably have to darken the bed around that area, which I do not mind at all. Novel Titty Meat Planet Mousepad was a brief, beautiful dream. I got them. They're in the box. They're in a box from the back there. There's still a few of them. I'm waiting for a good moment to give them away. They're a giveaway sort of item. I mean, at some point, I was planning this before everything happened in the move, but it's still definitely a plan. I want to do another of those insane subathons where we go where we stream for 24 hours, and yeah, whenever that happens, it'll be a perfect moment to give the Terry mouse pads away. Rich idea, Kudzu seed so you can experience the green apocalypse. Get your invasive species. Put it in your local area today. Ceramic? Do you want me to make Terry ass out of ceramic? Okay. I think we added flowers and we call this one done. Quite happy with the shape, the readability. Yeah. Let's add some flowers, and I think for that I might need to find a flowering kudzu somewhere. Pictures of a flowering kudzu. Let's see what we got on iNaturalist. Because we do have close-ups of the flowers, which is pretty nice. They do come out in little pods like that, don't they? I wish we could get some... Oh, they are very, very small flowers, aren't they? Okay, I'm gonna give them bigger flowers. It's my own species. I do like the purple. Yeah, I'm just gonna make like oversized versions of these. Because I do want them to pop out. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Okay. We're talking. This is it. They're a little dry, but they should do the trick. It's gonna be Kudzu 16. Wait, if I do view observation, I think they said there were 3 photos. Yes, that's the one we got. This one might be useful as well. our 17th Kudzu image. And the other one is a close-up. Okay, I'll still get it. Let's see. We got a couple more here. I'll get this one as well. We'll scroll through if we need any more, but that might be enough. We'll see. Okay. Let's go back to Photoshop. Streaming your monthly mailer subscription sent you legally distinctly virtual pet keychain. Cute. Ceiling decoration of Terry is fun. Poster that shows the solar system with Terry included. That's good too. Fractal cult merch. The moth cult necklace. A mask's head. Aren't the postcards in universe? They are. Yeah. That was music from Kingdom. I believe so, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's begin. Let's add flowers. And let's see how big we make them. Not sure yet. Hopefully this will be an easy selection for Photoshop. Please tell me it is decent enough. But I'm so close to having it with you, Photoshop. I'm not gonna select plants for a while after this, I swear to God. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. I won't take that one, though. Nope. Haven't had to do so much manual selecting in a while. I guess it's a way to keep me in shape. Control. Oh. There we go. The good thing is, depending on the size, I guess, but we're probably going to be able to copy paste a lot of these. Just like change the orientation and little things like that. And we'll still keep them legally distinct. Let's see. Yeah, that's not bad, honestly. I'm going to cut this one out. Fractal shaped piece of a puzzle. I wonder which puzzle maker would want to do that for me. I selected Kudzu flower. I mean, yeah, I got a couple of them. Just looking for pictures that have more of them, because it's just more efficient. You can just get a lot of them really quick. That's why I went for this picture. Because it's going to be small enough that we're just going to be able to plop them anywhere. I think I want to make them blue, though. First of all, I'm going to place them all. And figure out the size. I think about there. You know, it's definitely bigger than real Kudzu, but yeah, it'll keep it interesting and keep the flowers just like visually popping. So yeah, these ones are gonna get a few copies until I feel like they're getting repetitive, or they're about to get repetitive. Yeah, we're definitely gonna add some more to the background, to the outside, just kind of have them popping in everywhere. Replica of that print left behind from the caked up Bigfoot. Those would all be good craft projects. Like if anybody makes any of those physically, I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you make any cool piece of physical fan art, I will buy it off of you at a premium. That's how I get little things like the Chorb, and right on top of it, the Fractal Butterfly, which are incredibly prized possessions. I was so glad they made it through the trip all right. I packaged them up so well. But yeah, they are extremely prized possessions. I love them so much. So yeah, if anybody likes crafts and wants to do, I don't know, cake tub Bigfoot prints or anything else that's being discussed, I will get that. I'll get you. Positively. Cool S runestone keychain. That's another good one. Welcome back, Bob. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Bean fan art on your to-do list. The list is very long. I feel you. I definitely sympathize. The problem with my to-do list is that it's always growing, and also it grows at a faster pace than the pace I can work at. So I'm just cursed, I guess. Okay, I'm making tiny window versions of the flowers for the outside. Gotta make them legally distinct. Just rotate a bit. Okay, 2 or 3 outside is good. Let's add some more around the edges. And I think we got enough copies of things. Wait, layer 11 has been copied, but that's the one with a bunch of them. So I don't want to copy that one. Layer 12 and 13 deserve to be repeated. Let's see, this one's going to be like smaller It's going to be back there. It's going to be a lot darker. Layer 13, layer 12 copy. Same for you. Back to try to get into embroidery. Ah, sounds a lot of fun. Newspaper prints. That'll be fun bits of ephemera, definitely. Desk SCP, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How's your stream? I assume talking SCPs. You're in the right place then. Today we're making some nature horror. We have this species of vine inspired by the Kudzu vine, which is this hugely invasive species that's taken over all the south of the US. And it grows really, really fast. So in this story, we have this kudzu-like vine that is that grows so fast that if you leave your window open at night, it might just crawl in and take over your entire room and suffocate you, which is what happened in this case. Voidel, thank you for the follow. 4th raid, we're really Roman farmers. We really are. Working on some 9-con art. Nice, yeah. That was a few months back, yeah. Doesn't seem like the worst way to go. Yeah, honestly, you might not even notice. Hopefully this person didn't wake up in agony as they... Ooh, mosquito. I'll get you. Did I get it? No, I didn't. Try to catch it midair. Yeah, I'm still doing Polaroid cards. I'm working on some new designs that I'll be sending out shortly. I haven't been able to send the last batch yet because... Oh, bean is up. I haven't been able to send the last batch yet because of the move. And having to find new printers, do test prints, etc, etc, etc. That's taking... No, you can't drink milk? No. That's not for you, baby. Got... Whoop. Bean, don't mess with Photoshop, please. Thank you. Anything to say to chat? Anything to say for your crimes? Okay. Are you going? He just wants attention, doesn't he? Aww. You also SCP author yourself? Nice. I am planning on doing an SCP. You might see it at some point. But that'll happen in a few months. Because she just done nothing. Bean. He's awake and full of love. Only got bean count. Where's this? Look at his sleepy face. Where are you going? What? You wanna hop on the shoulders? Hold on, maybe he wants to be shoulder cat. Ooh. Oh, he's saying hi to chat. He's scratching up against the mic. Here. Yeah? Come on. Here. Here. Hop on. Come on, don't be lazy. I wonder if the mic is bothering him. Here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Good boy. Lie down there. There you go. He's a well-trained boy. There he is. Here, your treat, my lord. Of course. he's clamoring for it. Ooh, yeah. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, he slobbered all over my hand. Oh, how much spit was in your mouth, dude? Man, that was nasty. That was nasty right now. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't know if you'll. My hand is all wet. Oh, be careful there. I don't know if the camera will pick it up. My hand is like all wet. No, you can't have milk. Oh God. I had a little paper towel bit. Perfect for situations such as these. Bean. Go wash your hands. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just dry them off. It's angel spit. It's fine. Oh, Bean. Hold on. He's back at it. He's back at it. Let me get the camera. No. There he is again. You wanna hop on again? You wanna be here for a minute? No treat this time. I don't want slobber all over my hand again. Treat for moistness. Would it be moisture? I get what you mean. Hop on? No. Okay. We'll just keep you here. Might sound a little bit further away because I had to push the mic so Bean can be here. But Bean is more important than anyone else. Maybe in the entire world. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. That means kisses for him. Because he learned that when I make a kiss sound, I will get close to him and do this, right? So he learned that if I make kiss sounds, he headbutts me. Oh, I love him so much. He taught this to himself. I didn't like explicitly teach him that. It's just that he associated in his beautiful brain of his, he associated kiss sound with touching his head against me, because that's what I'm doing. Right, Bean? Yeah. Bean. Oh, he's thinking about it this time. Oh, he went for the hand. He went for the hand. He'll just headbutt me anywhere. Oh man, he'll definitely miss the spicy squid snacks. It's a beautiful angle for me. Yeah, Bean, that's chat. That's chat down here. He's looking at you and purring. Oh, how can I work with this? Oh. Not that way. He's gonna try to get the milk again. I have a glass of milk because my throat is very dry because I've had a cold, and he's tried to steal it. He's the milk thief. Yeah, I'm drinking it in front of you to display my authority. No. Milk thief. No. He really wants the milk. He knows it's poison. No, he doesn't know it's poison. He thinks it's the greatest thing ever. He wants all of it. Also, yeah, if I do this, if I click my fingers, he will like do this with his mouth or kiss him. Because that means, yeah, you see? That means come here. So I've taught him that. Hold on. Check this out, chat. Very good. Here's your treat. If I click my fingers, that means go wherever the fingers are. So it's if it's above him, he'll jump and grab them and like kiss them, like lick them. If that is like in a different place, he'll go there. Sometimes he'll take a little bit to decide, but he always does end up getting there. And yeah, that's the way I taught him, like, come here. It's just like kiss my fingers wherever they are. That's just how he learned. Isn't that right, Bean? Aren't you the smartest being in the universe? You're literally a brain genius. What? No? No, don't look. He's looking at the milk with his... just... pure want in his eyes. Okay. Let's keep working, Bean. I'm so close to being done. I can't get distracted. I love you so much, though. So much. If your assignment was to make a flesh cube, who assigned you that? Cool assignment, though. I won't lie. Okay, kind of working around the cat, but I really want to get this done. Otherwise, I can't send it to the expo. Bean, you need to help me. Help me, Bean. He's helping me by staring at me. You gotta love the boy. You gotta love the boy. I'm doing this with my mouse, which is a lot more awkward. But that is because Bean is getting in the way of my arm. So I can't really reach the tablet really well right now. But it's illegal to move a comfortable kitty out of the way, so... Oop! Okay, he pushed my hand all the way there. Catching himself now. Oh! Where's he going? Are you... Okay, he's jumping off. I can use my tablet again. It's legal now. That mosquito was trying to get my face, and I caught it. Rest in peace, lady. Okay, so we got three flowers that we can use. I'm gonna say twice each. Phone's about to die. Oh, see you, Bill. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, I've had a new talking about phones dying. Lately, and you can't see it now because it's normal now, but I've had a pink line show up from top to bottom of my screen, and it disappears if I squeeze the phone sideways. So it's definitely a hardware thing. It's apparently something that happens in Google Pixels. So and that usually ends up in them like just doing like the screen breaking entirely. So I'll have to send it out for repairs probably soon, which is always annoying. I just want my phone to work. Okay, I think we get a couple more flowers. I think with this batch we're pretty much good to go. This one I'm just gonna keep as is. But I think this batch is gonna be enough. I'm gonna copy each of them, so I get a second use. And I think with that we'll have enough flowers to go around. This one's gonna be a bit bigger. It's gonna be flipped. It's gonna be right around here and a little brighter. This one, this one is gonna go here, for example. And layer 15. It's gonna go like all the way back there and get super, super, super dark. Anyway, what are y'all thinking about this piece in general? Because I'm about ready to call it done, but I'm always, before I get that idea in my mind, always like to hear your thoughts. So please let me know. As I figure out the signature, because that's another thing we gotta figure out. Also, how cool is it that we didn't have to manage color at all? I think the color just works right out of the box. But yeah, signature is an interesting one for this case. We could put it on the candle here. We could put it on the creases. The pot leaf. This is it. I guess it is pot leaf. Like, oh yeah, I also wanted to try the flowers as blue. So let me pop in a hue saturation here where, okay, I'm just gonna get the hues, pinks, magentas. I'm gonna turn them blue. Because I don't know why in my mind, I like the flowers as deep blue. They do stand out a bit less than the pink. Pink definitely stands out against green really well. Maybe a more violet sort of blue. Fading on the building across the way. Changing the lighting so it looks early morning. That's something we can do. I mean, that basically would imply just changing the bright parts to like a more orangey tone, which we can do at the very end. I think I like the white lighting though. But it's always worth trying. How the leaves got in? Oh, through the window. Is that not clear enough? Like there was a sliver in the window open. Hey Bean. You gonna watch from here? Okay. Let me turn on Bean Cam. Jump scare, folks. He's just staring at the camera right now. Why is he doing that? Dark Bean. You didn't see that? You're asking this contest? No, that's absolutely a good thing to point out, because if you didn't see it, other people won't see it either. So definitely something I want to be emphasized some way. So get some soft light in here and darken this border ever so slightly, just to make it like really clear on first view that there are a bunch of vines outside of the window as well. So you can sort of make the connection here, like, oh yeah, these things connect. So yeah, we just make them stand out a bit more against the background. I think that hopefully helps a little bit make that clearer. I do like the color of the flowers. Where are we missing? Signature. Yes. I think these leaves get a little bit lost in here, but I do like that there's, you know, clipping between the background and the foreground. It's always a good thing to have. Gonna make this more subtle. More subtle? Subtler? Words to ponder. Like, the word subtler feels wrong. It's a European window. Yeah, it's one of those. Is that a European thing? Like, do you not have these outside of Europe? The windows that you can, like, open a slit at the top so that air gets in. They're pretty useful. I did have them in, like, an old apartment. They're not, like, everywhere, but you will see them fairly often. Especially in like newer apartments, or older apartments that have been like refurbished in recent-ish years. Okay, I'm gonna make this green a little less saturated. There we go. Okay, this flower, tiny one here, needs to be darker. Bean is just kind of standing there. I love when he does that. In the middle space art. I just like painting spaces. What do you do with it? You only ever saw them in Japanese anime series? Okay, so it's like Europe and Japan that has these windows. American windows slide up. I only see this in like very old houses here. Or not very, very old, but like... I guess like... maybe like 50s, 60s sort of constructions. Draw over backgrounds you build in Minecraft. Oh, I've seen a couple of people use that technique. That sounds pretty fun, honestly. Okay. Signature. That's a tough one. There's like no obvious places for a signature. Oh, there are so many groups here. It's getting crazy. Getting scared, folks. I could make it out of vines, like here. It wouldn't be super noticeable. It would be like a pretty smart way of integrating it. Head wrinkles. Do you think about that as well? I'm not super sure. Hearing the little items. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Bumped the mic, hopefully. Oh, I forgot the mic was like further away. There we go. I'm going to take a small executive decision here and just crop everything slightly differently. Because I think it should be... a little bit more like this. Oh, shit. Okay, wait. The window there. Okay. Yeah, there's like a bit of empty space here that's bothering me. Everything's moving correctly, yes. This feels better. Covers the room a bit better. What do you guys think? Oh, it makes it harder to read that window's open. That's a really good point. Uh-huh. That's true. Yeah, we shouldn't crop that. Yeah, I'll just make my peace with it then. I do still like this crop. So it's a good point. Very good point. Okay. Then this might be a good spot to put the signature, actually. If I take a couple of the vines from, let's say, here, strip him naked, strip him clean of leaves. This. The human figure being smaller in the frame makes it feel more vulnerable. Also good points. Very true. So if I do this, I love how Bean is just looking at the screen now. He's learning Photoshop. I'll paint these the correct color, but it's going to be fairly small as far as signatures go. But if I do this, sort of emphasize the vine. And I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna cut this into a new layer and then remove it from here. I think like if we're not gonna crop that, it's gotta be the perfect like blank space for a signature. We put this here, and we sort of squeeze a little bit more like that. Put it below. We're gonna combine these, and then paint with the correct color. Also, I'm not centered in frame. When did that happen? Could I have just painted this from the start? Sure. Absolutely, I could have. I do like using real elements, even for small things like these, though, because it just gets you like. If I would have painted it, it would have looked a lot like a painted stroke, while you know this is probably a little bit more realistic and it follows the actual shapes that vines have. So I know I'm gonna be correct. Instead of like trying it a few times with a more finicky attempts. Okay, so here's our very shitty sketch that I think we managed pretty well. So I'm quite happy with this. Let us... Oh, goodbye, Bean. Oh, he's going to bed. Oh, there we go. Let's put it all together. And I can make it big now because Bean is not covering half of it. Didn't realize I was doing that, but I was definitely doing that. So we're going to blur until elements start like melding together slightly, just a little bit lower than that. It's going to be around 2, looks like. Let's keep it at a tight 2. Then I'm going to find a nice radius for, the sharpening. Keep it at a fairly high amount and then push the radius up until we're happy. You can also push to a higher radius, lower amount sort of deal. Now, I actually want to keep it slightly blurry because I do like the lighting here a lot. And, I'm going to do something. We're going to do something here. Before we apply the last filters and everything, I'm going to add a second Gaussian blur. And this one's going to be pretty extreme. I'm going to put this below the sharpen, and we're going to put that Gaussian blur in screen mode. Glowy. So we're adding the same layer with a blur on top of it and brightening everything. Then we change the opacity until we just get that little bit of, let's do it before and after. Until we get a little bit of glow, as you can see here. It brightens the whole image a little bit. That's like the counterpoint to doing this sort of technique. But it's pretty cool. I'll see you, Sora. Thank you for hanging out for nearly the whole stream. Okay, and then if you reduce the clarity a little bit, it also helps with the glowy feeling. You just look at that window. So we add a bit of vignette. Getting really moody with the lighting. Thank you, Ned. I'm lowering the temperature a little bit. If we want to really go for that early morning vibe, it would be upping the temperature. But I think blue just really works well with the colors. And blue and purple, because we like the tint. Because we got these purplish flowers as well. I'm generally going to turn down the exposure because we already got that glowy look, which turned everything a little higher. Not going to mess too much more with the light. As always, since we've blurred everything, it's always good to add some grain back, give it that film look. I'm going to go like pretty thick grade until it starts like slightly blurring the details. And just kind of keep it there. Be a little lower. You want to make it to the end? We're right near the end. Yeah, I can't go on for much longer either because I do have to prepare for that trip, which is we're living... sister and I are living in like a bit more than an hour. So before that, I want to get this exported and sent to the guild people. So, you know, for the expo thing that I was mentioning. And get my bag done, which will only take a little bit. I want to get an eSIM. That's going to take like 5 minutes. I usually plan my trips a lot more, but this is a very like improvised sort of trip. So we can give the light a little bit of a tint, and that's where we can give it a little bit more yellow if we want to, because we can also keep it cool. I think it's already really cool image, so giving it that little bit of a yellow touch might be where it's at. Anyway, the color grading, just a little bit of blues in the shadows, equalize the greens around the mid-tones. And we got from this to this. Very moody lighting. I do like it. And what about the vignette? To exaggerate a little bit of it, it should be somewhere around here. Then we choose how much of it we want. When are you sleeping? On the plane. That's usually what I do on trips, since my schedule is like backwards from most people. I'll just like skip a night essentially, and then on this first day of the trip, I'll be more tired. But second day of the trip, I'll be on a regular schedule because I'll just be able to go to bed earlier, having skipped a night or most of a night. That's how I get to go on trips with my sleep disorder. Then after I come back from the trip, I usually like sleep a bunch, and I'll sort of equalize my whole schedule. It's a mess, but you know, you gotta work with what you got. Anyway, I'm gonna call this done. What the hell? Calling this done. Saving it, locking it down, and calling that a stream, because we've been live for 6.5 hours, folks. That's a lot. So yeah, but it's been so fun to be back, y'all. I missed it. I miss y'all. I missed all of you, and chatting with you while I do art and doing personal art, because I just haven't done nearly any of it in the past few months. I've just been focusing on other things, so I was just itching to get back to the rhythm of it. And yeah, I don't know exactly what we'll do next week, but I definitely want to do one stream next week. I will let you guys know on the Discord a little bit beforehand. Might just be the day before or something, because as I get back on Monday and see how much I have to sleep, I'll figure it out. First time stay the whole stream, hell yeah. Thank you, Mactol. Thanks for sticking around. To everybody who stuck to the end, because that's been a long stream. Yeah, y'all, thank you so much. I will see you again really soon. I'll see you again sometime next week, hopefully, if all goes well. And then after the weeks after, I'll slowly ramp it up. So, you know, to 2 streams, 3 streams. We'll see where we find the balance. I'm gonna just take it slow. See where we get to. But yeah, I hope you like this edits. I'm really happy about it. I've been thinking about this for a year, so finally it's out of my head and into a page or a document. So yeah, y'all, thank you once again so much. Scary, thank you for catching the stream the first time. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one, folks, next week. Until then, take care.